Failed to confess. Then go after her best friend. Reborn in the summer of 2008, during the high school graduation season, Yuan returned to the moment when he confessed to the school beauty. Bai Weishi, thank you. It's an honor to be liked by you, but I'm not ready for a relationship right now. Yuan immediately snatched back the gift he had given, then give me back the gift I gave you. Bai Weishi stared at him in disbelief, her eyes wide. Yuan, what do you mean? You rejected me, and now you still want to keep my gift. But we're good friends. Heh, do I need good friends? What I need is a girlfriend, got it? Seeing Bai Weishi flustered, Yuan turned and asked, by the way, can you give me your best friend's number? Bai Weishi, enraged, Yuan, what are you trying to do? Yuan shrugged nonchalantly, nothing, she's even prettier than you. I've decided to pursue her now. Chapter 1, Confession Failed. No worries, I've reborn. In June, under the scorching summer wind, the small city in North China was sweltering with heat. By the lakeside of Chinfu Tao Park, a circle of paper cranes folded from colorful paper was carefully arranged, forming the shape of a heart. Inside the heart-shaped circle stood a girl in a delicate white floral dress. Her small, exquisite feet were as clear as glass, her nose glistening with beads of sweat, and her smooth, jade-like forehead creased with frowns from anger. Yuan, thank you. It's an honor to be liked by you, but I'm not ready for a relationship right now. I've always thought of you as a brother, and I'm grateful for the care you've given me over these 3 years of high school. We're still the best of friends, aren't we? Yuan, in a daze, lifted his head, staring at the beautiful girl in front of him. She was holding a bouquet of flowers, a bit familiar but also a little blurry to him. This scene seemed oddly familiar. The white dress, the bouquet of flowers, and that early summer. The girl in white, seeing that Yuan had remained silent, bit her lip, glanced at the platinum earrings in the roses, and spoke with a faint smile. Yuan, if you're not going to speak, I'll take it as your acceptance. Thank you for the gift, I really like it. Well, I'll be going now. She glanced at Yuan, who appeared to have lost his soul, gritted her teeth, stepped out of the heart-shaped circle, her long black hair flowing in the wind, her tall figure casting a long shadow as she turned to leave. Yuan stood there, stunned, his mind flooded with memories. Back in the first year of high school, on the sports field during military training, he had been struck by her beauty, instantly falling for her. Every day, he would silently watch her from behind in class, convinced he had found his one true love. In the second year, after the class division, he gave up his passion and chose to take the science class with her, just so they wouldn't be separated and he could see her every day. Every morning, he woke up at 5 a.m. in his rented apartment to make her a special breakfast, doing his best to tutor her in subjects she struggled with, helping her improve her grades. He cherished her like a delicate flower, rejecting all other advances, keeping his heart only for her. And her responses? Yuan, I don't want to date in high school. I just want to get into a good university. In my first year, there are so many courses. Our campuses are so far apart. You don't need to visit me every day. Thank you for the birthday gift. I really like it, but please don't work so hard with part-time jobs. Don't wear yourself out. Yuan, give me more time. Don't rush me, okay? Sorry, Yuan, he's my boyfriend. I've kept you waiting for so long, and if you hate me for it, I can't help it. A high-level green tea girl who made an outstanding, well-behaved student fall head over heels for her, keeping him in her fish pond for 7 years. This was probably how it happened. Yes, in his past life. Yuan stared at Bai Weishi, who was about to leave, his gaze complex and lost. The reed grass was lush, the white dew had not yet settled. Such a beautiful and poetic name, but her actions were nothing but farce. As for how miserable a puppy could be in his past life, he was probably top tier in that regard. Unfortunately, Bai Weishi's green tea skills were far superior to his. The moment she appeared, she dazzled the entire summer, and a young, hopeful boy lost himself. If it weren't for that day in his senior year, when he saw her get out of a BMW, holding hands with a plain-looking boy, he might still have been the naive and clueless fool. He was like the love-struck warrior who ended up with nothing but scars, vividly embodying what it meant to be a puppy who had nothing after giving everything. After that, he drowned his sorrow in alcohol for a long time, failed a few subjects, and almost didn't graduate. But today, he was reborn. On the third day after the college entrance exams in the early summer of his 18th year, Yuan looked at the roses and the gift in Bai Weixi's hands. The platinum earrings he had bought from Lao Fengxiang Jewelry, costing an entire month's living expenses a full 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan in 2008. Wait, Bai Weishi. The girl in the white dress turned around, her eyes, like delicate threads of silk, showing a fleeting, almost unnoticeable hint of joy. Li Yuan, what's wrong? Li Yuan's gaze was fixed on the rose and the gift box she was holding. Give me back the gift. Without waiting for her to react, he reached out and snatched the flowers and the gift from her hands. Bai Weixi's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Yuan, what do you mean? Li Yuan's face was expressionless, cold as ice, as he stuffed the earrings into his pocket. You rejected me, and now you still want to keep my gift. But you already gave it to me. I only give gifts to my girlfriend. Bai Weishi brushed her hair back, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Li Yuan, I do have feelings for you, but didn't we agree to wait until we get to university to see how things go? I don't feel like a girlfriend to you yet, please don't rush me, okay? Again. Every time he confessed, she always had countless reasonable excuses, acting like a pitiful little thing. With her school beauty looks, who could resist? Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Bai Weixi's green tea skills were so advanced, and in his past life, he had been completely deceived, like a puppy who was being led around. But now, he had been through the ups and downs of society for years, and his heart was as hard as cement. Remembering the advice of his idol, the master of toxic men from Jiangnan. When your emotions are controlled by a woman, don't hesitate. Delete her. Li Yuan didn't even bother to say another word. In his past life, he had been thoroughly hurt by so-called love. This time, he was going to be the master of toxic men. He turned away, leaving without a second glance. When Bai Weishi saw Li Yuan's cold expression and his departure, her heart unexpectedly felt a pang of loss, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Auntie, this flower is for you. Li Yuan casually handed the rose to the park's cleaning lady. Li Yuan wandered aimlessly around Qinfu Tao Park. It was still 2008, and the city had yet to be filled with towering buildings. The date on the signposts in the park clearly read June 10, 2008. He had truly been reborn. Li Yuan felt his mind spinning. Though he had lived a mediocre life in his past, struggling financially, at least he had a decent job. Why had he suddenly been reborn? Could it really be based on looks? Forget it. It doesn't matter why I was reborn. The fact that I get to live life over again is my greatest opportunity. Everything I missed, regretted, or couldn't let go of, I can make up for it now. Li Yuan sat down on a stone by the lake and started organizing his thoughts, reflecting on his previous life. He had done well in high school, scoring 603 points in the college entrance exams and getting into an ordinary key university in Shanghai. However, it wasn't a 985-211 university, and his major wasn't great. One of the four notorious dead-end majors, biological engineering, one of the biological and environmental fields. At the time of his exams, there was no TikTok, no Zhongxiefeng, and his parents were just ordinary farmers, one with a primary school education, the other with only middle school education. He didn't have any influential relatives to guide him. When filling out his major, he believed his biology teacher's advice, the 21st century is the century of biology. And so, he walked further down this irredeemable path. Women fear marrying the wrong man, and men fear entering the wrong field. The major you choose is the key to your career. Once you get into university, switching majors is incredibly difficult. Not only was the salary low, but there was also little room for advancement. That was his situation. In order to survive in Shanghai, he worked hard every day, going to his day job and doing part-time coding work at night. For 4 or 5 years, he struggled, saving money only to realize that even with hard work, he could never afford a bathroom in the city. His tireless efforts couldn't keep up with the rising real estate prices. He grew disheartened, feeling like he might as well quit his job, return to his hometown, and just become a civil servant. The provincial civil service exam in 2016 wasn't too difficult. Even though he could only apply for the no restrictions positions with a 1:100 success rate, after putting in a lot of effort, he successfully passed. But the salary was low, life was tough, and there was no prospect of advancement. It felt like a life stuck in place. Watching others sail smoothly and climb the career ladder only made him sink deeper into despair. He started isolating himself, with others labeling him as low EQ, introverted, antisocial, and not good at networking. Was he wrong for not trying to manage relationships? Thinking about his past, Li Yuan immediately understood the root of his problems. To sum it up in one word: no money, no power, no talent. Money was the most important thing in his mind. Since he had been reborn, his first priority was clear. Make money. Make money. Make money. Saying it 3 times because it was that important. As for relationships, once you have money, you won't even realize how proactive women can be. But how should he make money? Coming from a farming family, his parents had gone to northeast China to work and do small business when he was in 2nd grade. As a child raised by his grandparents, Li Yuan never lacked pocket money. His parents would always send him extra money, so in high school, he managed to dress well and maintain some dignity. To preserve his self-esteem, he even bought a pair of basketball shoes for 200 or 300 yuan. To pursue Bai Weishi during high school, he had spent quite a bit of money on her. Not much, but definitely a few thousand. Li Yuan took out the gift box from his pocket and opened it. Inside was a pair of exquisite platinum earrings. The box also contained receipts and other documents. Should be able to return these, Li Yuan muttered to himself. Lao Fengxiang Jewelry Store was located on Juyuan West Road, just north of Chinfu Tao Park. It was an old, well-known brand in the county with a solid reputation and good business. Li Yuan placed the gift box on the counter in front of the saleslady and spoke directly, "Miss, can I return these earrings?" Jewelry salespeople were typically young women in their 20s with decent looks and figures. Upon hearing Li Yuan address her as Miss, the saleslady was slightly surprised. She examined the earrings carefully and found no signs of damage or use. Although the store had a 7-day return policy with no questions asked, she still asked, "You bought these yesterday. Why return them today? If you don't like the style, we can exchange them for something else." Li Yuan shook his head, not feeling awkward at all. He responded confidently, "My confession failed, and I didn't get to give the gift. It's of no use to me now, so I want to return it." The saleslady was a little stunned and couldn't help but glance at Li Yuan again. He was well-groomed, standing at 1.8 meters with a handsome, determined face, dressed stylishly in sportswear. Such a handsome guy couldn't even give away a gift. She found it hard to believe. "Hey, don't be discouraged, little handsome. If you lost this tree, there's a whole forest waiting for you." Li Yuan laughed heartily. "If I can't even hold on to a single tree, how can I hope to own an entire forest?" The saleslady was left speechless. Li Yuan took the 1,000 yuan in cash, smiled casually, and walked out. Chapter 2: How to make the first pot of gold after rebirth. Greedy for money, but hopeless in love. In this life, I only seek wealth, not love. I just want to be an honest scumbag, dating a few different types of beautiful girlfriends, lawless, mature women, queens, or even younger girls. I don't mind any of them. Li Yuan walked aimlessly along Juyuan Road, passing by one shop after another, comparing them to his memories of the future, thinking about how to make his first pot of gold. It was 2008, and the Beijing Olympics had not yet started. In this small county town, most industries were well represented. There were milk tea shops, now 3, near the entrance of the high school he attended. The competition was fierce, but business was good. Of course, if one entered the business at this time, it wasn't too late. The prospects for milk tea shops would only get better. There were hot pot restaurants, supermarkets, and the like, naturally. KTVs, internet cafes, and so on. Although they were still booming now, from a certain perspective, they were already sunset industries, and in a few years, they would be completely outdated. Besides, in small places with limited ecosystems, businesses often depended on one's connections. Without the right connections, it was hard to stand your ground. Li Yuan had been through this in his previous life and had already seen through it all. He remembered that a Carrefour supermarket had come to town and business was great, but it was eventually driven out by the local Haoyuguo supermarket. Small county towns were self-contained ecosystems, and it was difficult for outsiders to integrate. Especially in 2008. Li Yuan walked around for a long time but didn't find any better ways to make money. There were only 2 money-making ideas he could still consider. One was to franchise a brand store, like a KFC or McDonald's. Such franchises did well in small counties even in the later years, or he could open a self-service barbecue restaurant, something the county didn't have yet. The other idea was to get into the delivery or takeaway business, but given the low consumer capacity in this county, it wasn't really suitable. Moreover, these were all cash-burning industries. Without hundreds of millions in capital, entering these fields was not something Li Yuan could afford at his current level. In his previous life, he had thought about starting a business. After observing for a while, he realized the market was saturated, there weren't good business ideas, and he lacked the funds to start. Ultimately, he chose to take the civil service exam. In hindsight, his choice wasn't wrong. One of his good friends had gone bankrupt due to a failed business venture, accumulated massive debts, and eventually disappeared. His wealth of millions was completely wiped out. Successful entrepreneurs were still a rare breed. As he walked, he heard a familiar advertisement slogan: "Buy lottery tickets and enjoy a healthy life." Following the sound, Li Yuan spotted a shop. His spirits lifted, and he immediately thought of the quickest, most suitable, and safest way to make his first pot of gold. Fast cash, simple, safe, and high returns. This lottery shop had only one storefront, and inside sat a middle-aged, slightly overweight owner who was playing a game of crossfire. When he saw Li Yuan walk in, he quickly spoke. "Hey, young man, what kind of lottery are you looking for? Scratch cards, the double chromosphere, or maybe NBA or Champions League?" Li Yuan had bought lottery tickets before. When he was younger, he believed in them. But after investing thousands of yuan and seeing minimal returns, plus the negative news exposure, he had given up on this bad habit. The reason he came in now was to buy a different kind of lottery. "Boss, how do I buy a lottery for the NBA Finals?" It was June 10, 2008, and the third game of the NBA Finals hadn't started yet. As a seasoned basketball fan, he had watched every game live except the first one due to the college entrance exam. Knowing the outcome of the games was the opportunity he had after being reborn. The middle-aged shop owner wasn't surprised to hear Li Yuan's question. Recently, many basketball fans had been buying NBA lottery tickets because of Yao Ming's popularity. At this time, the NBA was very popular in China, which also drove the lottery's growth. For basketball lotteries, there are different options: point spreads, victory margins, or straight wins, with different odds. "How would you like to bet?" Li Yuan glanced at the odds. The third game of the finals was coming up. Since the NBA Finals was played in a 2-3-2 format, the third, fourth, and fifth games would all be held at the Lakers' home court. The first two games had been won by the Boston Celtics. The third game was another home game for the Lakers. The odds for winning were not high. The home victory had odds of 1.6, meaning that a 100 yuan bet would return 160 yuan in total including the stake, while an away victory had odds of 2.8. Li Yuan reached into his pocket. Apart from the 1,000 yuan he had refunded from the gift, he still had 1,150 yuan money he had saved for shopping, dining, and taking by Weishi out once his confession was successful. Altogether, it was half of his total savings. "Boss, I'll bet 2,000 yuan on the Lakers to win the third game." Hearing Li Yuan's 2,000 yuan bet, the middle-aged owner looked at him with a little more respect. "Young man, you've got some money." Li Yuan smiled faintly. "It's just pocket money. I'm confident the Lakers will win." With the lottery ticket in hand, Li Yuan continued walking down the street. He stopped at a construction bank, withdrew all 2,000 yuan from his card, and then went to the same lottery shop near the high school, where he bought another 2,000 yuan worth of tickets. "After tomorrow's game, I should be able to make 2,400 yuan, Li Yuan thought. However, he wasn't completely satisfied with this result. The investment was too small, and with the low odds, even if all 4 remaining games went well, he wouldn't make much money. The gap between this and his goal of making his first pot of gold was still quite wide. "I need to find a way to get more money," Li Yuan muttered to himself. In order to pursue Bai Weishi, he had always maintained the image of a wealthy person. Plus, his good grades, tall stature, handsome appearance, and generous nature had kept his classmates and friends in the dark about his actual financial situation. His parents, out of guilt and indulgence, gave him whatever he wanted. As a dog in love in his previous life, he had spent a lot of money during his high school and college years, but unfortunately, he never got to kiss her. His parents thought he was in a relationship, and although their family wasn't rich, they were generous with money. Since the college entrance exams this year, his parents had returned home to their rural hometown. Li Yuan, on the other hand, continued staying in the rental apartment in the city. The rent was 1,200 yuan per year for a very basic room with no separate bathroom, a classic case of inflating his appearance during his high school years. Taking out his Nokia 3110C mobile phone, an entry-level model worth 1 or 2,000 yuan, Li Yuan fumbled with the basic phone, searching for contacts he could borrow money from. When he saw Wang Shuai on the list, he paused. Wang Shuai was his high school classmate and close friend, the kind of guy who was his best man at his wedding in the future. They had kept in touch, often drinking and dining together. After dialing the number, he heard the familiar voice, "Hey, Li Yuan, what's up? Xiao Shuai, do you have some money? Can you lend me some?" Li Yuan asked directly. They had a close relationship and he had borrowed money from Wang Shui before, so asking for a loan wasn't awkward at all. Lend you money. You, a rich second generation, would need money. Wang Shui teased, as Li Yuan had always kept up the image of a well-off family. Damn pride. In his previous life, Li Yuan only understood how ridiculous he had been once everything was revealed. He had been a living, breathing clown using the hard-earned money of his parents, who worked tirelessly in harsh, cold environments to cover his pitiful pride. Li Yuan felt in a good mood and laughed, saying, "Bro, there's an emergency. Help a guy out. Come on, we're brothers. How much do you need?" "But I don't have too much," Wang Shui replied. 2,000 yuan. "I'll pay you back in 2 weeks, Li Yuan said. Wang Shui was taken aback. In 2008, when the average wage was less than 2,000 yuan, even though his family was well off, this amount was still most of his personal savings. He asked, puzzled, 2,000. Li Yuan, are you buying another gift for that girl? It has nothing to do with her. I need it for something else. Just lend it or not, it's up to you. Of course, I'll lend it. You're asking for it for the first time, I can't say no. Wait, I'll go get it and come find you. All right, I'll be at the school gate in an hour. After calling Wang Shui, Li Yuan flipped through his phone contacts, continuing to look for others to borrow money from. Since he had been reborn, he was bound to succeed in the future. Borrowing some money also served as a test of brotherhood. He had never borrowed money from them in his past life. Li Yuan wasn't sure whether they would lend him money. Moreover, he had lent money to them before, with the understanding of you lend to me, I lend to you. If they couldn't lend him money now, then they weren't true brothers, and he could use this as an excuse to sever ties. Zhongding, can you lend me 3,000 yuan? I'll pay you back in 2 weeks. 3,000? What do you need so much for? Did you get some girl pregnant? Shut up, do I seem like that kind of person? I'm really in urgent need, but I can't tell you right now. All right, I'll think of something. I'll meet you at the school gate in 2 hours. In the next 10 minutes, Li Yuan made 5 calls, all to his high school buddies, most of whom had borrowed money from him before. The results were good. Although they asked a lot of questions, some even thinking he had been scammed or was in trouble, they all eventually agreed to lend him money. This gave him some comfort. Since the college entrance exam had just ended, his parents were still around, and these classmates, who came from decent families, still had a bit of pocket money. During student days, friendships were still fairly pure, unlike in the real world where everything was about utilitarianism and value. If I can get this 12,000 yuan, plus the 4,000 yuan I have, the principal will be quite a lot. After a few games, I should be able to make a small profit. Right, I can also ask my parents for some money under the pretext of learning to drive. Anyway, I was planning to learn this summer, and they won't say no. His rented apartment was near the school at the Sanya Road intersection. Looking at the small restaurants and hair salons along the street, Li Yuan felt a bit conflicted. At this time, places like these were still not too strict with their rules, and the girls were of decent quality, not like in the future when they all moved into the live streaming industry, which severely lowered the standard of the profession. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he hadn't had the courage to visit. 100 yuan wasn't that expensive. Back in his shabby rental room, there was only a 1.5-meter bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and some cooking utensils. He usually cooked for himself. Looking at the stack of books and study materials in the room, Li Yuan remembered how, in his previous life, he had sold all his high school textbooks to a junk dealer for 80 yuan. His 3 years of high school effort had been sold for a mere 80 yuan. It made him regret deeply in the future. Flipping through his textbooks, Li Yuan made up his mind, in this life, I'm going to preserve these memories no matter what. At the school gate, Li Yuan met Wang Shui again. Unlike the fat, bloated men they were in their previous lives, both of them now had great figures. Yuanzi, here you go. 2,000 yuan. This is all the money I have, Wang Shui handed him an envelope. Li Yuan took it, didn't even look at it, and shoved it into his pocket. He smiled and said, thanks, bro, don't worry, I'll pay you back in a few days. Wang Shui punched Li Yuan's chest and grinned, asking, Yuanzi, how is it going with that girl? Have you succeeded yet? Li Yuan felt embarrassed and his head started to ache. Whenever the topic of being a simp came up, he felt utterly ashamed. Everyone in the class knew how he had chased by Weishi for 3 years. In the future, this number would become 4, 5, 6, 7 years, until he turned into a pitiful clown. Don't mention it. I got rejected. I'm planning to go for some other pretty girls, Li Yuan said lightly, secretly thinking, her college roommate seems nice. In his previous life, he had once met Bai Weixi's college roommate. She was stunningly beautiful, like a goddess in his mind. Wang Shuai was stunned. Yuanzi, are you serious? You chased her for 3 years and just suddenly stopped. You've put in so much effort, aren't you wasting it? Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Rejected? Did you confess to Bai Weishi again? She really turned you down? Yeah, I got rejected this morning, Li Yuan said calmly. After hearing Li Yuan's confirmation, Wang Shuai got angry. Damn, Bai Weishi really has no eyes. You've been so good to her, tall, handsome, good grades, what else wrong with you? Listen to me, bro, if she broke up with you, then forget her. The next one will be better. She'll definitely regret losing you. Chapter 3, to make money, you need to have thick skin and a black heart. In his previous life, Li Yuan was very clear that Bai Weishi had no regrets. She graduated from a 985 university, coupled with her good looks, Bai Weishi had a great life. Later, she married a native of the Magic City. Although he wasn't a super-rich second-generation heir, his family was still decent. It was said that her in-laws worked in the system and owned both a car and a house. As for him, Li Yuan couldn't stay in the Magic City and had to return to his hometown, which made him appear even more like a clown. Although she was manipulative and toxic, if you set aside personal feelings, Bai Weishi was the type of top-tier green tea, a slang term for a deceptive, manipulative woman who pretends to be pure and innocent. And she had succeeded better than most of their classmates. This life, making her regret, is not going to be easy, Li Yuan thought to himself, then changed the topic. Xiao Shuai, your exam scores should be out by now, right? Can you get into the top-tier universities? When it came to the college entrance exam, Wang Shuai wasn't very interested. His mood seemed low as he said, you know my grades. Don't talk about top-tier universities, I'd be lucky to get into a decent second-tier school. What about you, Yuanzi? You've always been in the top 3 in our class. How did you do? Will you get above 600 points? Their class wasn't an Olympiad class, but it was still one of the top classes in the regular group. This year, more than 50% of the class reached the standard for a university degree, and 10 students passed the top-tier line. Li Yuan ranked 3rd in the class, while Bai Weishi was 1st. Her Chinese and English scores were much better than his. I should be able to hit 600 points, but I haven't decided which major to choose yet, Li Yuan replied. By the way, Xiao Shuai, university isn't that important, but the major is crucial. You'd better avoid majors like biochemistry, environmental science, and materials, Li Yuan added. He vaguely remembered that Wang Shuai's major in university was a chemistry-related field, which was as much of a dead end as his own. Wang Shuai nodded. My cousin is in his 3rd year at Jinling University. After the results come out, I'll ask him. He says Jinling is quite good, so I'm considering whether to go there. What about you, Yuanzi? Are you going to Jinling, Luzhu, or maybe the capital or the Magic City? Wang Shuai asked. Jinling was the capital of Jiangsu province, also known as Huijing. People from northern Anhui, like them, made up a significant portion of the population there, and it was only a 3-hour drive from their hometown. As a result, most of their classmates were considering universities in Luzhu or Jinling. I haven't decided yet. I'll see what my scores are first, Li Yuan answered. At around 2 p.m., Li Yuan met with 5 of his classmates and was carrying 12,000 yuan in cash. At this time, 12,000 yuan was enough to buy a small bathroom in the Magic City. There were about 7 or 8 lottery shops in the county, mostly near the school gate or in busy market areas. Li Yuan, with his 12,000 yuan, went to the lottery shops near the 2nd, 6th, and 4th high schools to buy basketball lottery tickets for tomorrow's games. Checking the time, Li Yuan decided to take the bus home. It's still early. I can go home for a bit and still make it back in time. In 2008, the buses were privately operated. To get from the county back to his hometown, you either had to drive yourself or take the bus. In his previous life, Li Yuan had seen with his own eyes how the bus operators had beaten up a taxi driver who had been picking up passengers from the town. This was a grey area, high-profit industry with many hidden dangers. His hometown was located by the provincial road. It was a simple 2-story house, built 2 years ago. There wasn't that feeling of homesickness that people often talk about. Aside from fewer buildings along the road compared to his past life, everything was much the same. In front of the roll-up door, his younger sister Li Zixia was playing with her pet cat. When she saw Li Yuan approaching, she greeted him with a puzzled expression. "Brother, why are you back? Didn't you say you were staying in the city for a few more days?" Li Yuan smiled and walked up to her, pinching her slightly thin face. The 15-year-old girl's body was still growing, and her skin felt soft. "I'm here for something. Where are Mom and Dad?" "HMPH, you're always pinching me." Li Zixia turned her head, pointing to the backyard. "They are watering the vegetable garden back there. Their parents worked away from home most of the year, only returning for the new year. The 6 acres of land at home were farmed by their uncle. In rural families, it was common to grow vegetables in the front and backyards, things like cucumbers, chili peppers, tomatoes, radishes, beans, and various types of grains. Usually, that was enough for the family to eat." Li Yuan's parents were about the same as they had been many years ago, only a bit younger. "Mom, give me some money." Li Yuan walked up to his mother, Xia Qin. She had always been in charge of the household finances. Xia Qin didn't refuse immediately, but asked, "What do you need money for? How much do you need?" Li Yuan replied, "Mom, give me 4,000 yuan. I've made plans with some classmates to sign up for a driver's license after the exams." Xia Qin was surprised. 4,000? That's so expensive. You just graduated from high school. Isn't it too early to get a driver's license? At this moment, Li Heng, his father, walked over. "Let him get it if he wants. Didn't the neighbor's Ganzi get his last year?" It was common for students to get their driver's license after the college entrance exams. In his previous life, Li Yuan had also gotten his license while at university in the Magic City, and he had spent several thousand more. Li Yuan took the chance to explain, "A few of my classmates are signing up too. After the exams, we'll be free anyway." Xia Qin thought for a moment and then didn't say anything further. She stood up and went upstairs to get the money. Li Heng gave a reminder. "Yuanzi, when you're learning to drive, don't be too stubborn. Remember to buy the instructor 2 packs of Yushi cigarettes. He'll teach you a few extra tricks." Li Yuan was speechless, but that was just how society worked. He had learned this lesson through hard experience in his previous life. "Okay, Dad, I got it," Li Yuan said. Li Heng didn't smoke, and he rarely drank. His hands were calloused from years of hard labor in the cold northeast, and he silently continued watering the garden. Father and son didn't talk much. In his previous life, Li Yuan had been the type of person who didn't enjoy communicating with his parents due to personality differences. He had always been a left-behind child, and aside from asking for money, there wasn't much else to discuss with them. Li Yuan felt a bit depressed as some unpleasant memories from his previous life began to resurface. "Dad, in a few days, I'll take you and Mom for a physical checkup at the hospital." As Li Yuan expected, his father's response was swift. "I'm perfectly healthy, why do I need a checkup?" Li Yuan frowned. "Mom's stomach isn't good, and your blood pressure is high. A checkup wouldn't hurt. It'll also make me feel more at ease before I leave for school in another city." "Well, take your mom for the checkup." "I'm fine, really." Li Heng was silent for a moment before speaking again in a deep voice. Soon, his mother, Xia Qin, returned, holding a roll of cash wrapped in toilet paper, which she handed to Li Yuan, saying, "Xiao Yuan, here's 4,000 yuan for your driving lessons. Can you stay the night at home before heading back to the city?" she asked. Li Yuan took the cash, which had a faint smell of spices. This money had been earned through his parents' hard work, waking up early and working late, pushing carts through the streets, earning every penny. "Dad, Mom, my classmates are still waiting for me in the city. I need to leave now," Li Yuan said. Xia Qin, seeing her son hurry in and out, felt a lump in her throat, and tears nearly welled up in her eyes. "Xiao Yuan, be careful on the road, take the money and watch out for thieves." "I know, Mom." "The bus is here, I'm leaving now," Li Yuan replied, then quickly took the money and rushed out the door to catch the bus. After Li Yuan left, Xia Qin grumbled, "This child, he has been spending more and more money these past 2 years. When he goes to college and starts dating, he'll probably spend tens of thousands every year." Li Heng sighed. "As long as he studies hard, that's all that matters. Our family has no power or influence. If Yuanzi doesn't study well, he'll end up like us, spending his whole life working hard labor. A little money here and there is fine. He knows what he is doing. We'll just have to be more frugal from now on." "You haven't bought new clothes in a whole year," Xia Qin frowned. "I hope Xiao Yuan can get into a good university this time." If he goes to university, finds a wife, and brings her home, then our job will be done. Li Yuan had always performed well academically, better than most of his peers in the village. Most of the neighborhood kids only managed to get through 3 years of middle school, receiving their middle school diplomas, before heading out to work. After borrowing money from his parents, Li Yuan felt a little embarrassed, but for the sake of earning his first bucket of gold, he could only comfort himself: if you want to make money, you need to have thick skin and a black heart. With a black heart, Li Yuan rode the bus back to the county town safely. He got off at the gate of the 8th high school and directly exchanged the 4,000 yuan for a lottery ticket. Back at his rented apartment, Li Yuan began to calculate his earnings for tomorrow. Today, he had borrowed and tricked his way into acquiring a capital of 20,000 yuan. With a 1.6 odds rate, once the game was over tomorrow, he would pocket a net profit of 12,000 yuan. Chapter 4, Earning Thousands Daily, the Dragon Still Lurking. In the rental apartment, Li Yuan tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. His mind was filled with various thoughts. From beginning to end, he had only one goal: to make money. With money, you could have everything. Money could solve most of life's troubles. In his past life, he had suffered enough from the cold mockery and scorn of others due to his lack of money. Around 10 p.m., just as Li Yuan was about to fall asleep, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a text message from Bai Weishi. Li Yuan, I'm really sorry today. I've always considered you my best friend, past, present, and future. No need to reply, good night. After reading the message, Li Yuan's anger flared. Damn green tea bitch, trying to PUA me again. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he typed, Bai Weishi, you green tea bitch, I want nothing to do with you anymore, you go live your sunshine life. But as he was writing, Li Yuan suddenly felt somewhat deflated. What would replying like this achieve, besides making himself look like a fool? Would this make Bai Weishi feel the slightest bit of regret? No, it would only show how unwilling he was to let go. He hit the delete key, erasing every word. Just as he was about to block Bai Weishi's contact, he felt it was childish. Good girls, don't miss them. Bad girls, don't waste time. Just leave it for now, pretend I didn't see it. When I get rich, I'll let her come crawling back, literally crawling. Li Yuan silently swore to himself. His heart wasn't small, and it wasn't something he could just throw away after chasing his white moonlight for 7 years. Once I earn my first pot of gold with the lottery, what is the next step? Should I start my own business or invest in the stock market? Long-term holdings like Pingguo, Maotai, or Tengen might be good, but to achieve financial freedom quickly, there is still a long way to go. Right now, during this global financial crisis, everyone in the stock market is on edge. The stock market will only start recovering after 2010. Oh, right. In my past life, I heard a vice professor at the college mention that in June this year, he bought a stock that went against the market trend. Within a month, the stock soared, earning him a huge profit, and he bragged about it for years. Maybe I could give it a try. It's 2008 now. If I go back to my old part-time job, writing online novels, it might be a way out. I started with fan fiction and knew the works that were bound to become popular. Becoming a well-known author in the future and earning millions per year isn't impossible. For entrepreneurship, I have no experience, but with foresight, once I have enough capital, I could get into the internet, short videos, or gaming industries. But it's easy to get scammed. This night, Li Yuan's mind wandered until 3 or 4 a.m. He finally couldn't stay awake anymore and fell into a deep sleep. Without setting an alarm, he slept all the way until 10 a.m. He opened his phone, connected to the mobile network, and saw that the Old Wang Sports site was doing a live text broadcast of the NBA Finals, Game 3. The game, which started at 9 p.m., was just entering the third quarter. Li Yuan felt a little nervous. He had been reborn, but he still feared the so-called butterfly effect. However, he had only been reborn for a day, and hadn't done anything earth-shattering, so even if there were a butterfly effect, it probably wouldn't affect things in America. As he anxiously waited, the Lakers defeated the Celtics 87-81, narrowing the series to 2-1. Luckily nothing changed. I made 12,000 yuan today, not bad. Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, a smile on his face. He went to the nearby lottery shop next to the first high school to cash in his winnings. The owner of the shop, a man in his early 30s who was also a basketball fan, smiled. Young man, you're lucky. You made 2,400 yuan on this ticket. Want to keep playing? Li Yuan replied, of course. 6,400, all in on the fourth game, Celtics to win. The owner frowned and reminded him, aren't you a Lakers fan? The Lakers have the home court advantage and Kobe is playing great. Why aren't you betting on them? What could Li Yuan say? He couldn't exactly tell him that he was a reborn soul. After this game, fans were indeed favoring the Lakers. The previous 3 games had all been tightly contested, with the margin of victory never exceeding 10 points. The next 2 games would be at the Lakers' home court, and with the home advantage, many were betting on the Lakers to tie the series. The owner shook his head. So, you're a Celtics fan? The odds for Celtics to win in the 4th game are 2.6. Are you just betting on the win-loss? Yes, just win-loss, Li Yuan replied. He then went to 4 other lottery shops, cashed in his winnings, and placed his bets. Today, I invested 20,000 yuan at odds of 1.6, earning a net profit of 12,000 yuan. Now, I'm using 32,000 yuan as capital, spreading it across 6 lottery shops, betting on the Celtics with odds of 2.6. In 2 days, I'll have 83,200 yuan, principal plus profit. This way of making money is really fast. No wonder there are so many gambling addicts. The results wouldn't be known until 2 days later, so Li Yuan wrapped up and headed to the internet cafe to check stock prices and browse novel websites. There was an internet cafe near the first high school, only about 200 meters from his rental apartment, called Clear Sky Net Cafe, which had been open for years. Li Yuan placed a 50 yuan bill on the counter, generously said, "Boss, give me a machine and a bottle of Sprite, I'll leave the change as a deposit." The internet cafe environment at the time was a far cry from the future city net cafes, with unpleasant smells of sweat, cigarettes, and instant noodles everywhere. Some late-night gamers had already fallen asleep, slumped in their chairs. Li Yuan found a corner near the wall, logged into QQ, and checked his messages. At the time, QQ was the main social platform, while WeChat hadn't been introduced yet. As a high school student, he rarely used QQ. Even though his phone could log into QQ, not many students had phones at that time. Opening QQ, there were no new messages except for a few in the class group. In his past life, he had become accustomed to WeChat, abandoning QQ for years. It was only after facing setbacks in his career that he returned to QQ while working as a part-time writer. When he saw his QQ signature, "I'll trade my whole life for your one glance," he couldn't hold back anymore. He deleted all his old signatures, statuses, and messages. Such an idiot. He first checked stock websites, searching for the stocks that the vice professor had mentioned. The stocks were already listed but hadn't started to surge yet. They were on an upward trend. According to the professor, they would begin to skyrocket by the end of June. Okay, it's not too late. In his past life, he had also dabbled in stocks, but as a retail investor, he always lost money. He had invested tens of thousands, only to end up with nothing. Only a few people could actually make money, which is why the professor bragged about his millions for years. After comparing various data and looking up stock accounts, Li Yuan made up his mind. Once the NBA Finals ended, he would invest a little and test the waters. The professor's advice seemed to be legit. Aside from stocks, he was also keen on online writing. This was the golden age of online literature, where even a novice writer could quickly gain fame. At the moment, the various genres hadn't yet developed, and the competition wasn't as fierce as in his previous life. Most importantly, the country's economy was booming, and property prices were low. There were many wealthy people willing to spend money. Li Yuan skillfully logged into Original Chinese Network, created an author account, and began thinking about what to write. In his past life, when he had given up on his career, he started writing part-time online novels. Although his results weren't impressive, he earned a decent income of 7,000–8,000 yuan per month, which was higher than his regular job. Some of the writers he met in the author group, even though still in college, were making tens of thousands a month. He couldn't help but feel envious. Unlike his own college days, when they were only focused on gaming, basketball, or relationships, without any thoughts of making money. What should I write? Battle. Through the heavens, soul land, swallowing the heavens path, eternal life. The names of these works were famous in the future. He had read them all and knew they would eventually be adapted, earning millions for their authors. He had also written fan fiction for these books. Battle Through the Heavens created the useless youth and cancellation of engagement tropes with billions of views. One book made Dao Chu a supreme god. Soul Land was even more impressive, with one book still popular in 2023 and became a series that made the author the richest web writer. Brother Dawn's The Heavens Path, Path to the Heavens, Song of the March, and Heaven's Path, filled with grandeur, though I'm afraid writing about his later years might bring bad luck. Then there's Swallowing the Heavens. My first fanfiction was on this, with the character of Lord of Lucheng. He's got a good character. Finally, Eternal Life. It's vast, with so many chapters. It might be the hardest to get right. Which one should I write? Chapter 5. How can you chase a girl like this? In the teacher's apartment building next to number 4 middle school, Bai Weishi held her guitar and stared at her computer and mobile phone in a daze. After she politely rejected Li Yuan's confession, he suddenly became extremely indifferent, as if he had become a different person, which made her very uncomfortable. It's been 2 days and you can still resist not looking for me. Are you ready to give up? This is just a small test for you. You were not like this before. How can you chase a girl like this? Bai Weishi was a little angry. She suddenly felt that she couldn't figure out Li Yuan's character. At first, she didn't have much affection for Li Yuan. She just saw that he had good grades and could help her study. In addition, he was willing to spend money on her, looked a little handsome, and was very careful. In such an atmosphere, she really enjoyed the feeling of being cared for, so she tacitly accepted Li Yuan's kindness to her. However, this kind of feeling did not reach the feeling of lovers, and she always kept a certain distance to prevent herself from falling into it. More than friends, but not lovers. But if she had to choose a boyfriend at this time, she would still choose Li Yuan in the end. The reason why she rejected Li Yuan's confession was that she was afraid that she would not see the kind of future she wanted with Li Yuan. She looked outside the door quietly. Her mother was secretly wiping tears in the kitchen again. No need to guess, she quarreled with her father over money again. Both her parents were ordinary teachers. In order to take care of her studies, they did not go to cram school. The combined salary of the two people was still tight, and they quarreled about firewood, rice, oil and salt every day. When her mother was young, she was also a great beauty. Despite the resolute opposition of her grandparents, she went to a foreign country and came to a small county town to marry the so-called love. But love cannot be eaten. Her mother was only 40 years old, but she had a little white hair on her temples and a few more wrinkles on her face. Although her mother treated her very well, bought her a mobile phone, a computer, a guitar, and taught her to learn music, Bai Weishi was very afraid that her future would become like her mother's. That's not the life I want. I don't want to live in daily arguments over money. She turned QQ to online and looked at Li Yuan's avatar. She wanted to type something, but deleted it. After a while, she typed another sentence. In the internet cafe, Li Yuan finally wrote the opening chapter. Chapter 1, The Fallen Genius. The Power of Fighting, 3 Stages. Yes, in the end he decided to modify Fighting Break Sphere, deleting some of the more general plots and enriching the content, enriching the magic weapons, elixirs, talismans, the fire system, and the emotional scenes with Yuan and Queen Medusa, etc. The outline after such modification is more like a highly modified version of the Fighting Break Sphere fanfiction. Even if Chudu reads it himself, he may not be able to see it. Although the results may be worse than the original Fighting Break Sphere, at least he has put in a lot of effort. He named the new book of Fighting Stars, and the author's name was Born Like Summer Flowers, used in his previous life. He uploaded 3 chapters first and waited for the website to review. Because there was no computer at home, he almost lived in the internet cafe. With his part-time job in his previous life, he could type 10,000 words a day, and he could type 3,000–4,000 words per hour. After spending more than 10 hours in the internet cafe, Li Yuan typed more than 40,000 words in one breath. The content of the book was also approved and officially published on Yuanjin Chinese website. Leaving the internet cafe, returning to the rental house, and having a good sleep, when he woke up, it was already noon on June 13th. Li Yuan quickly looked at the score and was completely relaxed. The Lakers really lost, failed to tie the score, and fell behind by a big score of 3-1. This has sentenced the Lakers to death. The owner of the lottery shop at the entrance of number 1 middle school looked at Li Yuan and excitedly raised his thumb. Young man, you guessed it right. The Lakers really lost. Now the Celtics are stable. The owner is a Garnet fan, and he is naturally very happy that the Celtics won. The odds are 2.6, including principal and interest, it is 16640, and the net profit is 10,240 yuan. Because your single bet is not more than 10,000, no tax is required, do you still continue to buy? Li Yuan nodded with a smile. The tax rate of lottery is very high, but sports lottery is different. The single bet is 2 yuan, and the profit of a single bet does not exceed 10,000, so there is no tax. I buy the next Lakers win, what are the odds? The next game is still the Lakers' home court. The bookmaker seems to be more optimistic about the Celtics. The odds of the Lakers are 1.8. Then buy 16,600 and the remaining 40, give me cash. After Li Yuan left, the owner of this sports lottery store gritted his teeth and followed Li Yuan to buy the Lakers for 10,000 yuan. This kid is a bit evil. After running to 6 sports lottery stores in a row, exchanging all the bonuses and buying again, Li Yuan secretly calculated in his heart how much money he could make after the game the day after tomorrow. Including principal and interest, it should be 149,400 yuan. After 5 or 6 days, I made more than 100,000 yuan, which is not bad. The most profitable one is the last game. Li Yuan was in a good mood. He was riding a bicycle on the street. When he passed a dilapidated house in the south of the city, he found another business opportunity. Around the winter vacation this year, the county government will plan the construction of a new district in the south of the city. These old houses are all within the scope of demolition and resettlement. It is said that each family has lost a lot, and the least is more than 1 million. It should only cost more than 200,000 to buy it now. In just half a year, there will be nearly 10 times the profit. Li Yuan hesitated. This profit is considerable and much safer than in the stock market. Now is a global economic crisis, and entering the stock market can only be a long-term one. And development and demolition is a business that is sure to make money. As for whether there will be disputes, he doesn't care much. It's written in black and white, and then the transfer is notarized. Even if the original owner regrets it, he can't do anything to him. The bold will die of overeating, the timid will die of starvation. Let's go to the real estate agency first to see if we can find a bargain. At this time, the county town was not full of real estate agencies like after the development of the Chengnan New District in 2010. Li Yuan found an agency called Integrity Real Estate near Huanji Building. He remembered that this real estate agency was open until 2023. A long time means a good reputation. As soon as I entered the door, a middle-aged woman in a professional skirt came over to say hello. Handsome guy, are you here to see the house alone? Li Yuan, well, I'll just take a look. There are 3 newly opened real estate projects in our county town, Zhuangzi Community, Golden Home, and Huitong Fortune Plaza. The locations are very good and the housing prices are affordable. The sales manager introduced endlessly. Like Zhuangzi Community, located in the city center, with beautiful environment and high greenery, next to the 6 middle school districts. Li Yuan was not interested in buying commercial housing, and asked directly, I want to buy a self-built house near Baliang, with complete documents, transferable, and no property rights disputes. Do you have any suitable houses? The sales manager heard and saw that Li Yuan was wearing sports brands, so he kindly reminded, the environment over there in Baliang is very poor, and it is 5 or 6 miles away from the county town. What is there to buy? You must have heard people say that it is going to be developed there. That's all a lie. The county's finances are tight, and the county's main leaders have just changed. There won't be any big moves. Besides, the houses over there are very expensive. I still suggest you buy commercial housing. Li Yuan remained calm. He actually knew what was going on. Although the development of the Chengnan New District was not smooth, it was finally developed. Help me take a look. If it's suitable, I'll buy it. Okay, I'll take a look at the houses. The sales manager flipped through the computer and quickly found the houses in those communities. Baliang has 2 houses, both are single-family houses, 3 floors and 3 rooms with a yard, and Liuluang has 1 house, 2 floors and 3 rooms with a yard. Come and take a look at the house layout. Li Yuan went over to take a look. They were all self-built houses in the countryside. The layout, environment, decoration, etc. were all average. The cost of building a house was only about 100,000 yuan. However, these are not important. What are the asking prices for these houses? Li Yuan asked. Sales manager, Baliang's 2 houses, one is priced at 380,000 yuan and the other is priced at 360,000 yuan. Liuluang's is only 300,000 yuan. The documents are complete and the transfer can be made, but the owner needs to pay the full amount. Li Yuan originally thought it would only cost about 200,000 yuan. The house price was much higher than he expected, so the profit margin was much lower. With this money, it is better to invest in the stock market. Why bother with this trouble? The price is too high. With this price, I can buy a villa in the Zhuangzi community you mentioned. If the price can be reduced, I can consider buying one. The sales manager also felt that it was a bit high, mainly because the residents heard that the house was going to be demolished and quoted a high price. Handsome guy, if you really want it, you can leave your phone number and I will ask for a price for you. Li Yuan nodded. Due to the economic crisis this year, the prices of houses across the country are falling. If you can negotiate it down to around 200,000, call me. My phone number is 183-5679. Chapter 6 Befriends. Do I need a friend from you? Buying a house is not something you can rush. Even if you want to buy it, you can't let the other party easily see your intention. Even if you can't buy it, he doesn't care. After Li Yuan left his phone number to the real estate agent, he was about to go back for lunch when the phone rang suddenly. Hello, Xiaoshui, do you have something to talk to me about? Yuanzi, where have you been these days? You don't come to play basketball or watch the game. This is the NBA Finals, a classic yellow-green battle. Wang Shui complained on the other end of the phone. Can I say I've seen it? Li Yuan laughed in his heart. He and Wang Shui, Zhong Zhongding, Xu Ji and others are all die-hard basketball fans. They had agreed to play basketball and practice driving together during the summer vacation. But after rebirth, he had long forgotten about this matter and only wanted to make money. After thinking about it, the body is the capital of the revolution. It can't just focus on making money. Appropriate exercise is also very necessary. In his previous life, he worked during the day and worked part-time at night, and his body was half-wasted. He was not at his peak physical condition now. I have time in the afternoon. Where are you going to play? The sports committee square. I have an appointment for a basketball game with the next-door class 23. There is a guy in that class who always chases by Weishi. You had a conflict because of this before. Wang Shui was talking and suddenly remembered something and apologized quickly. Yuanzi, I'm sorry, I was busy playing basketball and forgot what you said. If it's not convenient for you, let's do it another day. Li Yuan laughed. What are you talking about? What happened between me and her is in the past. Whoever wants to chase can chase, it doesn't matter. Wang Shui still expressed doubt. Have you really let it go? Li Yuan was speechless and said unhappily, why didn't I realize that you are so fussy before? Okay, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I have an appointment with them. After hanging up the phone, Li Yuan went to a small restaurant next to the school and ordered a portion of twice-cooked pork and hot and sour potato shreds and a large portion of white rice, filling his stomach happily. It was still early, so Li Yuan went to the internet cafe and wrote a novel for more than 2 hours. He wanted to write more words as a draft during the summer vacation. Suddenly, a text message from Yuanjin Chinese website came. Dear writer, hello, your work, Battle of the Stars, has been reviewed by our professional editing team and has reached the contract standard. Please contact your editor, Shinkong 525869773. Seeing the contract message, Li Yuan felt that it was natural. It was much easier to sign online articles during this period, not as complicated as in later times. Li Yuan downloaded and printed the contract, read it carefully, and signed his name quickly. He spent 15 yuan and sent it back by EMS. Adding the editor's QQ, Li Yuan asked first, hello Shinkong, I am the author of Battle of the Stars Sheng Ai Hua. At this time, the editors of Yuanjin Chinese website had great power and the recommendation mechanism was not as perfect as in the future. After a while, the editor replied, Hua, your book has great potential. You must ensure that you update more than 2,000 words every day. I will arrange a big recommendation for you next week. Li Yuan replied, thank you, Starry Sky. I will try my best to keep updating. No further reply was given. Li Yuan looked at the data of Battle Starry Sky with 138 recommended votes and 26 comments. Click on the comment. The useless man's divorce is interesting. The author should update it soon. I have been following it. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't despise the poor young man. It's so true. Big brother, I will give you a reward. Can you update 2 more chapters? Excuse me, is there a QQ group? I want to join the group to discuss the plot. Li Yuan shook his head slightly. It was too early to create a group now. I will talk about it after it is put on the shelves. Looking at the time, it was already past 3 o'clock. Li Yuan returned to the rental house, changed into a jersey, and rode a bicycle to the sports committee square. When Li Yuan arrived, Wang Shui, Xu Ji, Zhong Zhongding, Yang Zhen and other high school classmates had already arrived. Wang Shui stepped forward and hammered Li Yuan's chest. Yuanzi, you are the only one missing. We must beat up class 23 today. Yuanzi, I heard that you confessed to classmate Bai. Xu Ji asked curiously. Li Yuan subconsciously looked at Wang Shui. Wang Shui panicked and quickly explained, "It's not me. I didn't tell anyone." Xu Zhi patted Li Yuan on the shoulder and comforted him, "Yuanzi, it's not Xia Shui, it's Wang Yuchen who told me." Wang Yuchen was Bai Weixi's high school best friend, and it was normal for Bai Weiqi to tell her best friend. Besides, he had been pursuing Bai Weiqi for 3 years, and everyone in high school knew it. Li Yuan glanced at Xu Zhi. "Does he? You have a good relationship with Wang Yuchen, right? Did you get her?" Xu Zhi blushed and muttered, "No way, the relationship is not completely confirmed yet." Wang Shui widened his eyes. "Does he? Did you pick the hot pepper in the class?" "Awesome, brother." Zhong Zhongding came over and laughed. "Finally, one of the 5 tigers in our class is single again." Yang Zhen looked at Li Yuan and asked with concern, "Yuanzi, if you encounter any difficulties at home, tell the brothers and we will find a way." Li Yuan smiled. It felt good to be cared for. "Nothing, don't worry, it will be fine after a while." Xu Zhi glanced at Li Yuan and said shyly, "Yuanzi, Yuchen will come to watch the game later." Li Yuan smiled. "Okay, does he? Now you don't avoid people and show your love in front of your brothers." Xu Zhi pointed to the side of the court. Yuanzi, your guy is here too." Li Yuan turned his head and saw 2 young and beautiful girls walking towards him. One of them was wearing a white long skirt, white sneakers, a white shirt with a collar, and a high ponytail. The sunlight shone on her fair face, like a fairy walking out of the light. It was Bai Weiqi. The other one was a bit valiant, wearing denim tight shorts, a sky blue shirt, and a dimple on her face. It was Wang Yuchen. Bai Weiqi's eyes lit up when she saw Li Yuan. She pursed her light red lips. Even without makeup, her appearance could still be above 95 points. She held a bottle of apple-flavored Fanta in her hand and walked straight to Li Yuan. She handed him the water and said with her pearly teeth, "Li Yuan, I bought you a soda. I'm sorry for that day." The light fragrance entered her nose. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of her, her clear eyes were staring at her tightly, and there were faint tears, which made people feel pity. "I'm not thirsty," Li Yuan replied with a cold expression. Bai Weiqi frowned slightly, feeling a little annoyed. Looking at Li Yuan's cold appearance, she always felt that she had lost something important. "Li Yuan, we have been together for 3 years, are you really going to do this? Can't we even be friends?" Li Yuan continued to sneer, "Be friends? Do I need a friend from you? Then what do you want? I've already said that I don't want to fall in love now. When the college entrance examination results come out, if we are in the same city, we can try everywhere." Bai Weiqi pursed her lips, gritted her teeth, and looked like she was about to cry. Li Yuan looked at Bai Weiqi like this and became very irritated. He was ready to treat her as a passerby. Why did he still do this? Just because you are beautiful, you can raise fish at will. Hot and cold, playing hard to get, pulling and hanging. Who wouldn't do this? The basic operation of a scumbag. Li Yuan said in a cold voice, "Why do you have to pretend? I can't afford to offend you, but can't I hide from you? Besides, you don't need a friend from me. Aren't there a lot of fish in your pond?" "Li Yuan, I'm really angry." Hearing Li Yuan mocking and wronging herself, Bai Weiqi's tears seemed to be turned on, and they flowed out in an instant. She turned her head and ran away. Wang Yuchen pulled Bai Weiqi and came to Li Yuan angrily, asking, "Li Yuan, how can you say that about Xiaobai? Are you still a man?" Li Yuan glared, "Little Pepper, what does it have to do with you?" Wang Yuchen glared at him, "Didn't Xiaobai just reject you temporarily? Why did you say such hurtful words?" "Li Yuan, Xiaobai is really blind to fall in love with you. HMPH, Xiaobai, let's go, don't pay attention to this unfaithful man." Wang Yuchen vented her anger for her best friend, scolded Li Yuan, and left angrily with Bai Weiqi. Wang Shui, Xu Zhi and other classmates looked at this scene, and they didn't understand why. This was not what they expected. It was obviously Li Yuan's confession that was rejected, but from this situation, it seemed like Li Yuan rejected Bai Weiqi and became a scumbag. Wang Shui poked Li Yuan with his arm. "Yuanzi, your girl seems really angry, why don't you go after her?" Li Yuan just kept silent and walked towards the court alone. "Does he? You don't go after her either." Xu Zhi looked at Wang Yuchen, who left in anger, feeling confused, and complained, "What's going on?" He hurried over to chase Wang Yuchen. Chapter 7. You are not worthy of being my opponent. After a while, Xu Zhi came back and came to Li Yuan. "Yuanzi, your girl seems really angry. How about you go and comfort her?" Li Yuan said calmly, "I've said that I have nothing to do with her anymore." "Damn, are you really willing to give up?" I feel that classmate Bai still likes you. Shuji said in surprise. Li Yuan raised his eyebrows. Whether she likes it or not, how can I not know it myself? No need to say more, let this unbearable memory pass. Shuji didn't know what to say, and he also felt that Li Yuan's behavior was a bit strange. It's normal to be rejected by a girl. Besides, Bai Weishi just declined politely, not explicitly. If Li Yuan works hard, he still has a chance to catch up. In order to win back Li Yuan, he came to the stadium with Wang Yuchen to bring them water. In his opinion, Li Yuan and Bai Weishi are a perfect match. It's a pity if they don't get together. In fact, there are many boys in their class who have a crush on Bai Weishi. Shuji knows several of them, and even he himself used to admire her when he was young. It's just that there is such an outstanding person like Li Yuan standing in front of them, which makes them feel discouraged. Wang Shui came over and reminded. Brothers, the game has started. All the guys in class 23 are here, and Luo Jingwei, the licker, is also here. Luo Jingwei is the guy in class 23 who is chasing Bai Weishi. He is a standard big warm man, tall and strong, but his appearance and grades are not as good as Li Yuan, and he often harasses Bai Weishi. Because in the eyes of classmates 22, Li Yuan and Bai Wei were a pair, so Zhong Zhongding said fiercely for Luo Jingwei. Simple 2 and 3 fight defense. The game began soon, and both classes did not bring a referee. The foul was conscious. Yuanzi, come over and screen for me, watch my fadeaway jumper. Brothers, retreat, defend, don't give them the chance to make a fast break easily. Yuanzi, where is your three-pointer? Why did you shoot so badly today? You looked absent-minded. Damn, Yuanzi, you are so abstract today. If you continue like this, you will lose the game. Yuanzi, you committed an offensive foul, why did your strength suddenly increase? As soon as the game started, Zhong Zhongding, Shuji and others found that Li Yuan was not in good shape. He couldn't shoot accurately, couldn't get into position, couldn't cooperate and play tactics, but his strength seemed to increase a little. At the end of the game, Class 22 lost the game by 8 points with a score of 64-72. The main responsibility for the loss lies with Li Yuan. He had abandoned basketball in his previous life. How could he pick it up just after his rebirth? Li Yuan was feeling depressed when a voice suddenly came to his ear. Li Yuan, is this your level? Haha, no wonder Bai Weishi rejected you. Li Yuan looked sideways and saw a tall and thin man of similar height to him, with some acne on his face, looking at him aggressively. Li Yuan sneered, who do you think you are, and you have the right to say that? Are you the idiot who wrote 108 love letters, but Bai Weishi didn't even look at you? Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that the love letters you wrote were all given to me by Bai Weishi and used as toilet paper in my house. Luo Jingwei was furious and clenched his fists. This was his black history and one of the reasons why he envied and hated Li Yuan. Although Bai Weishi did not agree to Li Yuan's confession, the two had a very good relationship in the 3 years of high school. Not only were they deskmates, but they also often went out together and occasionally held hands. In the eyes of many classmates, Li Yuan and Bai Weishi are a perfect match, with good looks and good grades. But only Li Yuan himself understands that their relationship is only limited to holding hands occasionally, which is an ambiguous relationship that is difficult to go further. More than friendship, but not lovers. This is the way senior green tea girls raise fish, give some sweetness, but always keep a distance. Luo Jingwei also turned on the mocking mode. Li Yuan, how can you be better than me? You say I am a licking dog, but you have been licking for 3 years, but you have also been rejected. Li Yuan sneered, ha ha. Luo Jingwei saw Li Yuan's meaningful sneer, and his anger immediately came up, and he asked loudly, Li Yuan, if you are a man, have a man-to-man duel with me. Let's compete fairly and see who can finally catch up with Bai Weishi. Li Yuan raised his eyebrows, too lazy to pay attention to him, sneered contemptuously, and turned away. Li Yuan, why don't you answer? Are you scared? What level of player are you? Are you worthy of being my opponent? Li Yuan paused, and his disdainful voice reached Luo Jingwei's ears, making him instantly furious. Luo Jingwei stood in front of Li Yuan, with sparks in his eyes. Li Yuan, you are crazy enough. Aren't you also a rejected licking dog? How can you compare to me? I will definitely chase Bai Weishi. Li Yuan knocked Luo Jingwei's body away, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. Li Yuan's murderous voice came to my ears. I've done it. There are many food stalls in the county at night, and there is one at the entrance of No. 1 middle school. They ordered some barbecue and snow beer, and the 5 people wore wet jerseys, blowing Heidi, eating meat and drinking wine. Youth is capital, unlike middle-aged people, who have to consider whether they will have 3 highs if they want barbecue, beer, and crayfish. Several people chatted about the future, envisioned college life, and talked about gossip they heard. Yuan, at the end of senior year, several couples in our class I know have successfully confessed their love. It seems that only you, who are the most promising, failed. My dear son, you are talking about something irrelevant. Drink a glass of wine, no, blow a bottle. Daisy, I hear what you mean, have you already caught up with Wang Yuchen? Hey, we agreed to go to the same city to attend college. The alcohol tolerance is still average now. After drinking 5 or 6 bottles of beer each, they were already drunk. Wang Shui put a bottle of beer in his arms around Li Yuan's neck and said drunkenly, Yuan, I'm going to tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Brothers are like limbs and women are like clothes. When you get to college, have a real love affair and forget about Bai Weishi. Come on, let's drink to each other and wish you a happy breakup. Yang Zhen also raised the bottle. Xiao Shui is right. Only when a man has a deep and unforgettable breakup can he welcome a better love. Zhong Zhongding also raised his glass. Come on, Yuan, the old will not go and the new will not come. There are beautiful women everywhere in the world, so why bother to love only one flower? Happy breakup, I wish you happiness. You can find someone better. A happy breakup, please be happy, say goodbye to the wrong one so that you can meet the right one. Wang Shui took the lead in singing Happy Breakup, and Yang Zhen and Zhong Zhongding followed suit, but their voices were a bit ghostly, and several men and women in the food stalls next to them frowned. Li Yuan's eyes were actually a little moist. Damn, listening to them singing, it seems like I really broke up with Bai Weishi after 3 years of dating. It was just holding hands, hugging, and kissing on the cheek. Nothing else was done, nothing was done. Damn, the more I think about it, the more I feel wronged. Should I just let her go like this? Shuji glanced at the text message on his mobile phone, which was sent by Wang Yuchen. He hesitated to speak, silently raised the bottle of wine, and leaned close to Li Yuan's ear. Yuan, I think you and classmate Bai can still get together in the end. Daisy, I can't handle her high-level green tea. Li Yuan was also a little tipsy and drank the beer in the bottle. How could he not know that these were a few good friends comforting him who had been heartbroken? This time, unlike in the previous life, he drank with great pain and also drank very comfortably. Wine is indeed the best medicine for men to resolve their troubles. The next day, Li Yuan slept until noon before getting up, and his head was still dizzy. Drinking too much beer will also give you a headache. I can't drink so much in the future. Last night, the 5 of them drank 7 or 8 bottles of beer each, and with the barbecue, they spent 230 yuan, which was considered a big meal. Looking at the time, it was already past 11 o'clock in the morning. He didn't want to have lunch, so he simply washed up and slipped into the internet cafe to continue his coding career. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed and it was June 16th, and the 5th game of the NBA Finals also started as scheduled. There was still no surprise, the Lakers won. The score came to 3-2, according to the odds of 1.8. After the prize was redeemed, he had 149,400 yuan on hand. And the principal he paid was only 20,000 yuan, and it took only 6 days before and after, and he made a net profit of nearly 130,000 yuan. This was his first pot of gold. No, next, there is one last crucial game. Li Yuan rode his bicycle to the sports lottery shop at the gate of number 1 middle school. As soon as he came in, the young owner of the sports lottery shop excitedly greeted Li Yuan. God, you are finally here, the flowers I waited for are all withered. Which team are you going to bet on for the game the day after tomorrow? Let me check the odds first. Li Yuan spoke calmly. He had expected this scene long ago. He won 3 bets in a row and earned more than 20,000 yuan just from this one. It would be strange if it didn't attract the attention of the sports lottery shop owner. However, sports lottery is different from other lotteries. It mainly depends on the degree of understanding of sports events. This is making money with your own ability. In the mind of the sports lottery shop owner, Li Yuan has become a basketball fan with unique vision. After cashing the prize, Li Yuan looked at the latest odds. The odds of the Celtics winning are 1.4, and the bookmaker is also optimistic that the Celtics will win the final victory after returning to their home court. Chapter 8. Say one more thing to you. Good night, brother. In the last game, Li Yuan was not going to continue to simply buy the win or loss. The odds of the win or loss were only 1.4. Even if he won, he would not make much money, which was not attractive to him at all. So, he was going to buy the net score. He still remembered that the last game would be an inhumane one-sided massacre, which almost created an NBA historical record. Li Yuan said calmly, Boss, can you help me see what the odds of the winning point difference are? The owner of the sports lottery store looked at the odds on the website. If you buy the Celtics to win, the difference is within 5 points. The odds are 1.36 10 points, it is 2.4 11 15 points, it is 5.6 16 20 points, it is 10.2 21 30 points, it is 24.8 more than 30 points, it is 42.5. Master, which one are you going to buy? The owner of the sports lottery store waited expectantly for Li Yuan's reply. Li Yuan carefully looked at the various odds. This was a big bet. If he won, he would become a millionaire. If he lost, he would lose everything. Based on the principle that the bold will die of overeating and the timid will die of starvation, in order to earn the first pot of gold, Li Yuan decided to give it a try. Boss, I'll buy the last one, the one with a score difference of more than 30 points and an odds of 42.5. After hearing Li Yuan's decision, the owner of the sports lottery shop changed his expression and stared at Li Yuan in shock. Young man, do you want to bet so much? Isn't it better to continue to buy the win or loss? The Lakers and Celtics are equally strong. The score difference in the first 5 games was within 10 points. In order to make money and ratings, the league will definitely let the game play to the 7th game. The Celtics will most likely lose in the 6th game. No matter how much analysis is done, the Celtics can't win the Lakers by more than 30 points. The 6th game must be a bloody battle with a close score. The analysis of the sports lottery shop owner was also popular at the time and reasonable. After all, the yellow-green battle, every extra game, is hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. NBA is a commercial league. No one will believe that you can't make money. Li Yuan was too lazy to explain and said firmly, just buy it as I said, the one with the highest odds, and put all the 24,900 inches. The sports lottery store owner looked at Li Yuan with puzzled eyes and muttered, what a lunatic, how can the Celtics beat the Lakers by more than 30 points? Originally, he thought Li Yuan was a basketball sports lottery god, but now it seems that he is just a little lucky. Today, he wanted to continue to buy with Li Yuan, but seeing Li Yuan's bold behavior, he hesitated in his heart. Giving Li Yuan the sports lottery ticket receipt, he kindly reminded, young man, it's not easy to make money once, even if you lose, don't be impulsive. Li Yuan solemnly put away the receipt, smiled indifferently, and rode away. Then, he went to the other 5 sports lottery stores and after redeeming the prize, he made the same purchase. In order to prevent accidents, he bought 2 gambling companies and the odds were all above 40. Li Yuan, who returned to the rental house, was really a little nervous. Even if I win, it's only 5 or 6 million yuan, or RMB, converted into US dollars, it's only 600,000 or 700,000 US dollars, which shouldn't affect the NBA Finals thousands of miles away. After thinking about it carefully, Li Yuan felt that he was a little too worried. The NBA Finals were worth hundreds of millions of US dollars, and his capital of 149,400 yuan was not even a drop in the bucket. Li Yuan turned on his Nokia phone. Mobile phones of this era are really difficult to use. There are several messages on it, all of which were text messages sent by Weishi in the past few days. June the 13th, 2230, Li Yuan, don't you think you are too much today? June the 14th, 2230, why do you treat me like this, what did I do wrong? June the 15th, 2230, okay, let's end it like this, I see through you. It turns out that your kindness to me before was all fake, and I was just being sentimental. June the 15th, 2330, during these 3 years of high school, you accompanied me to fly kites in the fields, made love lunch boxes for me, sent me an umbrella in the rain, watched the sunrise with me, and celebrated my birthday. Thank you for your kindness to me. I am grateful and will always treasure it in my heart. I wish you find your other half. I say to you again, good night, brother. Li Yuan looked at the message sent by Weishi and fell into silence. Took out a yushi from his pocket, lit it, and blew smoke rings from his mouth. If he said that he still had feelings for Weishi, he would be hypocritical to say that he had no feelings at all. After all, that was Yuan, whom he had loved deeply for 7 years in his previous life. For a man, the one who is most difficult to forget is always his first love. It seems that I have to start a new relationship as soon as possible to erase the shadow she left in my heart. The only one who can forget a woman is the next woman. But how can I forget my first love Yuan, who I have been chasing for 7 years? Damn, I might as well find an opportunity in the future to push her down, get the first blood, and then kick her away fiercely to avenge being kept as a fish in my previous life. Which method should I choose? Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Cigarettes were burning one after another, and Li Yuan was a little depressed, so he went straight to the sunny internet cafe, opened a chartered plane, and continued to write. Opening the author's special area, there were many more recommendation votes, comments, and monthly votes. The status of the work has also changed. Hey, the contract has been signed and the speed is quite fast. Li Yuan muttered, the speed of EMS is still relatively fast. Continue to look at the comment area. Warm sun after the storm, Mr. You are so talented. I bow down to you and give you 10,000 points. I hope the author can add more chapters. The fool who loves reading books, build a floor, 100 points per floor, settle the account on the 100th floor, and reward the leader on the 1000th floor. Book-starved begging for books, Shuahua, can you set up a QQ group so that our fans can communicate with each other? If you don't like it, just spray it, it's another brainless white article, garbage, even dogs won't read it. Damn, it's only 30,000 words and there are haters. Li Yuan first deleted the negative comments from the haters and then selected important comments to reply one by one. Thank you for the reward, I'm working hard on writing and I will definitely update more chapters after it's put on the shelves. The QQ group will be established after the book is put on the shelves and some extra chapters will be posted in the group at that time. There is also a message from the editor, Starry Sky, this Sunday you will be strongly recommended in a category and you must not stop updating and you can add more chapters appropriately. Li Yuan quickly replied, thank you, Starry Sky, I will try my best to update. After a while, the editor in charge, Starry Sky, replied, this book is currently growing very well and has the potential to become a big hit. You should pay more attention to the quality of the manuscript. Before uploading, revise it carefully again to minimize typos. Li Yuan was ashamed. He was a fast coder, but in his previous life, he was often in a state of full attendance. He rarely revised after coding and directly published it on time, which made it easy to make typos. Li Yuan replied, thank you, Starry Sky, for reminding me. I will pay attention in the future. In order to save as many manuscripts as possible, Li Yuan spent more than 10 hours coding in the internet cafe and completed nearly 40,000 words of manuscripts. For more than a week, I got up early and went to bed late every day. According to the coding volume of 30,000 to 40,000 words per day, I have saved 200,000 words of manuscripts. After it is put on the shelves, I can update it again. Wait and see the effect of the recommendation. It should not be a big problem to get more than 10,000 first orders. At this time, suddenly, a message came on QQ. Shuji Yuanzi Yuchen told me that Bai Weishi's mental state has been a little off these days. What's going on with you? Li Yuan was speechless. How could he know? He was not Bai Weishi's worm. Papa replied, don't ask me. I don't know. Is it wrong not to want to continue to entangle with her? Shuji, I think it's better for you to make it clear with her. After all, you have been classmates for 3 years. Even if you can't be lovers, you can be ordinary friends. Li Yuan, Dazhe, do you think you can still be friends if you can't be lovers? Shuji, it should be possible. Li Yuan was speechless. I tell you, the best ending if you can't be lovers is to forget each other and never contact each other until you die. Shuji, you are right. I don't care. If something really happens to Bai Weishi, just don't regret it. Li Yuan curled his lips and typed quickly with both hands, you overestimate my weight in her heart. Have you heard a song? Shuji, what song? Li Yuan, actor. Chapter 9 Rebirth 10 days later, already a millionaire. Li Yuan then realized that Zhu Jiqian's actor has not been released yet. Forget it, you know she will be fine. Shuji replied, as a brother, I remind you that we are all classmates. Even if we are not together, we should not make the relationship so stiff. Li Yuan was speechless. How could it be his fault? Don't talk nonsense. I'm playing games. I won't say anything. After lighting a cigarette, Li Yuan stood up, stretched his body, and did some stretching exercises. It's not that easy to be an online writer. Just sitting in front of the computer and typing for a few hours every day is a huge test. It's really hard to stick to more than 4,000 words a day, all year round, if you don't really love this industry, or you are short of money and forced by life. Li Yuan did not want to start a business, but now it was the summer vacation of high school, and he would go to college in another province in September. Moreover, there were not many good business opportunities in this small county. As an online writer, he had also read a lot of rebirth stories, and he envied those people who easily succeeded in starting a business in the novels. In his previous life, he had never started a business. Although his parents went out to do business when he was very young, they were just roadside stalls and there was nothing worth learning from. During the summer vacation of college, he also went to the Northeast once and rode a tricycle to set up a street stall to sell fruits, but he could not make much money at all, only 100 or 200 a day, which was not as good as working on a construction site. He was not good at speaking, and there was not much change until he entered the system in his later life. Li Yuan had many ideas about starting a business, but it was not suitable to implement them in this small county now. Wait until I accumulate the first pot of gold and then look for business opportunities in college. In the blink of an eye, it was the match day on June 18th. Li Yuan watched this match in an internet cafe with Wang Shui, Xu Ji and others. Kobe, why don't you shoot? Where's your killer instinct? Can't you even resist? Wang Shui, as a Kobe fan, was so disappointed that he kept cursing. Xu Ji also looked ugly. The boss and the Lakers will be fixed on the pillar of shame in history. They lost 39 points and lost face. Yuan was so angry that he slapped the table and it squeaked. I'm so angry that I don't want to eat anymore. Only Li Yuan looked normal, but he was already very surprised in his heart. This little butterfly who was reborn did not cause any changes on the other side of the ocean. Now, he only needs to complete the prize redemption and he will be a millionaire. Li Yuan comforted these brothers who were hurt. Brothers, I will treat you to a big dinner tonight and get drunk to relieve your worries. As soon as these words came out, Zhongzhongding, Xu Ji and others turned from sadness to joy. Yuanzi, if you are serious, then it's a deal. Li Yuan nodded, I'm afraid you can't drink well. The night before yesterday, you swore to heaven and earth that you would never drink again. Wang Shui laughed, how can you take a man's oath after drinking seriously? It's just like farting. Li Yuan laughed, so, the truth after drinking is nonsense. Xu Ji shook his head, you can't say that. It depends on the situation. What I said that night was the truth. I sincerely hope that we can still have such a relationship after going to college. Yuan glared, Dazhi, you think too much. We are the starting 5 in class 22. The relationship will definitely remain the same. Li Yuan was silent in his heart. After college and work, you are in Nanshannon and I am in Beihai Bay. How can we maintain such a relationship? Everyone has their own circle of friends. After a long time, they will slowly forget their old friends. It was like this in the previous life. Li Yuan suggested, when we go home for the spring festival every year, we can get together in a small circle to keep in touch. Wang Shui blew a smoke ring, then it settled. In another week, the college entrance examination results should be out. I hope you don't have to repeat the year. The repeater class is too hard. She asked Lao Wang. There are 140 to 150 students in each repeater class of senior high school in our number 1 middle school. It's terrible. Yuan smiled and said, let's talk about it after the results come out. After 12 years of hard study, it's hard to have a vacation. Relax well. Zhongzhongding smiled wickedly, teachers often say that high school is tight, but college is loose. Do you know why? Wang Shui looked curious, is it because the study is easy? No, guess again. After lunch, Li Yuan took his ID card, bank card and other documents and prepared to go to various lottery shops. Zhong Chen, the owner of the lottery shop at the gate of number 1 middle school, had been waiting impatiently since the results of the competition came out. When he saw Li Yuan again, Zhong Chen's face was full of smiles. He handed over a bottle of Red Bull and said flatteringly, Master, you are finally here. You are really amazing. How did you do it? He regretted it so much that he did not dare to continue to follow Li Yuan to buy, otherwise he would have made a fortune today. That was millions, enough for him to work for 10 years. Li Yuan just smiled faintly and did not want to explain anything. He would probably only use this opportunity to make a fortune once. It was just a guess. I was lucky. How do I redeem the prize? Zhong Cheng shook his head and explained, in our lottery shop, the single prize redemption limit cannot exceed 50,000. Yours is already a big prize. You need to go to the Municipal Sports Lottery Center to redeem the prize. As he said that, he showed Li Yuan the relevant rules. Li Yuan really didn't know the specific process. After a careful look, he realized that he had come to the sports lottery shop in vain. Boss, you go ahead, I'll go to the city. Zhong Cheng saw Li Yuan was about to leave, so he stopped him and said anxiously, Master, do you want to try football? Li Yuan shook his head, sorry, I only know NBA basketball. Zhong Cheng sighed, what a pity. Looking at Li Yuan's departing figure, Zhong Cheng beat his chest and stamped his feet, regretting it. He calculated that Li Yuan's last stroke could make millions. I'm such an idiot. I missed a chance to make a fortune. If I could do it again, I would definitely bet all my property. It takes about an hour to get from the county to the city. Li Yuan stopped a taxi on the road. Boss, how much is a trip to the city? 60, do you want to go? Okay. Li Yuan did not bargain, as taxes are charged by mileage. After an uneventful journey to the city, Li Yuan got off the car near the sports lottery center. In order to be discreet, he walked more than a mile, put on a mask and a hat, and went to the sports lottery center to claim the prize. The prize claiming procedure was not complicated, and there were not many people at the sports lottery center. When the staff saw the 6 lottery tickets in front of Li Yuan, they were all stunned. Among them, a female staff member looked at Li Yuan deeply, her voice trembling. "Mr. Li, are these 6 sports lottery tickets all yours?" Li Yuan nodded. "Mr. Li is really lucky. This is a large sum of money. Please wait for a moment, Mr. Li. It's okay. You can handle it as soon as possible." After a while, people in the entire city sports lottery center kept looking at Li Yuan, talking secretly, and even secretly taking pictures. 6 lottery tickets, the principal is 149,400 yuan, the odds are 42.5, and the accumulated prize money is about 6.3 million yuan, and there is no tax deduction. In 2008, this was already a huge sum of money. After a while, the female staff member handed the bill to Li Yuan. "Mr. Li, you have received a total of 6,349,500 yuan, which will be transferred to your bank card before 5:30 this afternoon." Li Yuan took the bill, thanked him, and was about to leave when he heard the female staff member politely ask, "Mr. Li, do you need financial services?" Several banks we have contact with here provide various financial fund products for large depositors with an annualized interest rate of 6 to 8 points. Li Yuan did not refuse bluntly, but smiled and said, "Thank you for reminding me, I will consider it." Of course, he was just talking. His more than 6 million yuan was still very useful. Only a fool would give it to a bank for financial management. Li Yuan donated another 1,000 yuan symbolically. After that, he left the sports lottery center directly. He did not return to his hometown county immediately, but strolled around casually and went to the internet cafe to code. Until about 5 p.m., there was a text message reminder from CCB on the mobile phone. "Your account 6213. Transferred 6,349,500 yuan Municipal Sports Lottery Center at 17:10 on June 18, 2008. The current balance is 6,350,108 yuan." Chapter 10, Take a Chance, a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. The bonus has arrived. Looking at the balance of the bank card, Li Yuan thought happily, "I am now a real millionaire. The wealth I got in 10 days of rebirth is better than the more than 10 years I spent in my previous life." This is the advantage of rebirth, it is even faster than robbing a bank. In the previous life, even if he enjoyed the 996 or even 007 blessing every day, plus a part-time job, he still lived a hard life. After working hard in the Magic City for more than 4 years, he only saved less than 100,000 yuan, which was already the result of his thriftiness. Living in the Magic City is not easy. Not only is the rent sky high, but also the daily living expenses also cost a lot of money. Add to that the cost of dating and dating once, not overdrawing the credit card, it is already good. Li Yuan held a huge sum of money, opened the stock website, and looked at the stocks he heard about in the previous life. Now the daily increase is about 1.2%, and there is already a trend of a big increase. I have already decided to invest in it as soon as possible to see the effect. If I really miss this opportunity to make a fortune, it would be a pity. Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Because buying stocks at this time requires opening an account at the Municipal Securities Center, Li Yuan can only make a few wang shui and others late at night and pay them back and treat them tomorrow. If they were not willing to lend him their private money generously, he would have lost several million. This opportunity is too rare. After eating instant noodles and drinking a bottle of Fanta in the internet cafe, Li Yuan continued to code until late at night before going to a nearby express hotel to spend the night. The next day, early in the morning, Li Yuan went to the Municipal Securities Center to open an account. You need to be 18 years old to open a stock account. He is already over 18 years old, so there is no problem. After opening the account, Li Yuan hesitated whether to invest all his funds in it. Unlike buying sports lottery, that is a certain result, but he cannot absolutely confirm whether the stock he is going to buy is as the associate professor of the college said. If he bought all of them and something unexpected happened in the stock market, then the first pot of gold he had worked so hard to earn would be gone. But if the stock market really soared 3 or 4 times like in the previous life, if he invested less, it would also be a huge loss. After hesitating for a long time, Li Yuan still couldn't bear to invest all the funds. Leave 350,000 as a reserve fund first, of which 12,000 will be returned to the classmates and the rest will be kept first. As for the stock market, then buy 6 million first. Even if all is lost, there is a reserve fund of 350,000, plus the income from writing novels in the future. You can buy a house in the Magic City and live a good life. You can make a comeback. Immediately, Li Yuan directly bought 6 million yuan of Salt Lake shares. At this time, the stock price per share was only about 4.1 yuan. He bought more than 1.46 million shares. If it is really as the associate professor in the previous life said, he can make tens of millions in more than a month. Li Yuan observed for a while and found that it did not cause fluctuations. This market is very large, at the level of tens of billions, and a few million is just a drizzle in it. Coming to the Nike store in the city, Li Yuan carefully picked out pairs of basketball shoes and finally took a fancy to Kobe's member series, priced at 998 yuan per unit. Because it was just launched, there was no discount. This is the gift he prepared for Wang Shuai, Xu Ji, Yang Zhen, Zhong Zhongding, and Song Dongming. If you lend money with interest, the nature will change, but giving a gift worth thousands of yuan. Li Yuan took out an envelope from his arms and handed it to him. This is 2,000 yuan. I lent it to you a few days ago. I don't need it now. If you don't want to take it, throw it in the trash can. Wang Shuai took the envelope, looked at the basketball shoes thrown on the ground by Li Yuan, and quickly picked them up. This is a brand name product worth thousands of yuan, how can you throw it away? Yuanzi, no, brother Yuan, you are too generous, have you made a fortune? Wang Shuai grinned and laughed happily. Li Yuan smiled faintly with a calm expression, it can be considered as a little money. Wang Shuai didn't investigate further, looking at the other pairs of basketball shoes and asked, are these pairs for Dazi and others? Li Yuan nodded. Wang Shuai couldn't help but burst out a swear word, brother Yuan, you are really willing to spend money, 5 pairs of basketball shoes, at least 4,000 or 5,000. Li Yuan smiled, we are all brothers, what is there to be reluctant about? When I asked you to borrow money, you didn't refuse. After a while, Xu Ji, Yang Zhen and others also rushed to the school gate one after another. Brother Yuan, you are so generous. You are the most generous person in our class. Nike Kobe's original series, I only dared to think about it before. My mother didn't even buy it for me on my birthday. Brother Yuan is indeed a rich second generation. Please support me. I can be a top or a bottom and I can play basketball and games with you. It's much better than a girlfriend. Li Yuan got goosebumps and cursed, get lost, I only like big beautiful women with fragrant smells, not big men who pick their feet. Hee, brothers, let's find the guys from class 23 to play a game in a few days. Put on our combat boots and blind their dog eyes. Zhong Zhongding touched the basketball shoes lovingly. Xu Ji joked, but, brother Yuan, you have to practice hard. If you can return to your previous state, our class 22 can beat class 23. Li Yuan smiled. He felt that his body was gradually recovering in the past few days. He didn't know whether it was due to the influence of rebirth, but he felt that his memory and physical fitness had improved to varying degrees. By the way, brothers, have you all signed up for the driver's license test? Li Yuan asked. He knew how to drive in his previous life, but he still needed to take the driver's license test again. After getting the driver's license, he could consider buying a car. Xu Ji shook his head, I'm preparing to take the test, but I think I'll wait until the college entrance examination results come out. If I don't do well in the test, or fail to pass, I can only repeat the year. Zhong Zhongding also sighed, I estimate that the score is about 500. If it is based on last year's score line, I can't even pass the third tier line, so I can only go to junior college. My parents will not agree to let me go to junior college. At least I have to take a bachelor's degree, even if it is a third tier one. Chapter 11 College Entrance Examination Results Released, People have different joys and sorrows. After many years, Li Yuan could no longer remember how many points Zhong Zhongding and others scored and what university they went to. But he vaguely remembered that Zhong Zhongding did not do very well in the exam this year. He repeated his senior year of high school for a year and went to college next year. After graduating from college, he took the county civil service exam as a fresh graduate and then relied on his emotional intelligence and family background to make a living in the small county. After he entered the system in 2016, Zhong Zhongding was promoted to a deputy section level leadership position not long after he completed his 4-year work term. He served as the deputy mayor of a township, and before he was reborn, he even made it to the level of the township's top leader. In short, he was much better than him. It can only be said that grades are not the determining factor, but emotional intelligence and background are. Coincidentally, he has neither. Thinking of this, Li Yuan suddenly thought of Bai Weixi's family situation and vaguely understood why he was rejected. In his previous life, he only had one of the three: wealth, power, and people. But for a family background like Bai Weishi, appearance is not a decisive factor, or even the main factor. Being handsome is not enough to make a living. However, money can buy food. Power means that others will treat you to a meal. So, if you want to improve your social status, if you don't want to go into politics, you can only work hard to make money. Li Yuan thought to himself. Time flies and another 5 days have passed. Today is Sunday and the editor Shinkong gave his new book, Battle of Shinkong, a test push today. Li Yuan stayed in the internet cafe all day to check the effect of the new book push. This Dupo high imitation fanfiction has been updated to 60,000 words, with 4,356 collections, 2,356 recommendations, 345 monthly tickets, and ranked 31st on the new book list. The result is very good. This is the result of running naked. Such an effect depends entirely on the subject matter and content, as well as the traffic on the new book list. Li Yuan reads the comment section once a day. If there is any malicious comment, he will delete, block, or ban it. Books are scarce and I want to recommend a book. Hey, I found a good book, Broken Engagement, Ring Grandpa, Fighting, 30 Years in the East, 30 Years in the West. It's interesting. I'll collect it first and give the author a leader. I hope you can update more. Please update quickly, the author writes really well. Alchemy, refining, talismans and cultivation system are all very good. I'll give a leader first. Come on. Like to brag, author, where is the group? Hurry up and create a group. Create a leader. The overall evaluation of the book review area is still very good, all of which are praises. In addition, it is a discussion of the plot. And with the promotion, this book began to burst out with a super strong ability to absorb traffic. Almost every 15 minutes, it can add dozens of collections. In less than half a day, the number of new collections reached 5,000 and the data exploded, completely taking off. As long as we keep it up, it won't be a big problem to get over 10,000 or even 20,000 first orders. It is worthy of being the first God book in the previous life, and the money it attracts is simply invincible. Chudu should have earned over 100 million yuan with the total income from this book. Li Yuan understood that this was his greatest wealth. In this era, as long as you develop a Platinum God account, you will not lack money in the future. This is one of the tracks in his previous life, and it is relatively familiar, much simpler than starting a business. Almost all day long, Li Yuan was writing furiously in the internet cafe. He hadn't bought a laptop yet, so he could only work hard to write and save manuscripts in the internet cafe. The next day, he just woke up and was awakened by a text message from the editor. Starry Sky, your book has become popular and the effect of pushing it up is very good. The new collections on the first day exceeded 10,000. Keep it up, and the 10,000 orders are stable. Save more manuscripts and maintain the quality. There will be several big recommendations later. Li Yuan, thank you, I will try my best to update, smile, JPG. Starry Sky, you have a lot of fans for this book now. You can consider building a group in advance or after the book is put on the shelves. It depends on your choice. Li Yuan, the group has been built and will be released on the day of the book's release. The next day, Li Yuan came to the internet cafe early as usual. Logged into Yuanjin Chinese website and looked at the background data. Yesterday, 11,869 new collections were added. Today's new collections have reached 3,000. It is continuing to ferment. The new book list directly entered the top 5. In short, in a word, it is popular, very popular. Although it is a high imitation fanfiction, it also incorporates many of my creativity and hard work. It's not bad. Li Yuan thought happily. At this moment, the phone rang. Hey, brother Yuan, the college entrance examination results are out. Have you checked your scores? Li Yuan was startled, the college entrance examination scores are out so quickly. I haven't checked yet. How many points did you get? Wang Shuai's tone was very happy, not bad, 538 points, should be able to reach the second tier line. Li Yuan only remembered that the first tier line in Anhui province in 2008 was 563 points, and he just exceeded the first tier line by 40 points. If he went to a university in other provinces, his score could get him into an ordinary 211 university, but not in Shanghai. Li Yuan went to the website to check his scores. Chinese 118, Mathematics 136, English 102, Science 247. Just like in his previous life, his English score was relatively poor. He vaguely remembered that Bai Weixi's English score was more than 140 points, much better than his. Wang Shui, how is it? Have you checked? How many points did you get? Li Yuan replied, 603 points, about the same as I estimated. Wang Shui, 603 points, that's not bad. You must have passed the first tier line and can go to a good university. By the way, Brother Yuan, please pay attention to the QQ group message. The teacher will hold a class meeting tomorrow afternoon. Li Yuan was stunned. A class meeting? It seems that he had this in his previous life. At that time, he was still Bai Weixi's dog. Opening the group message, the monitor really sent a message in the group: a class meeting will be held in class 22 at 3 p.m. on June 26th. After Wang Shui hung up the phone, Yangjin, Shuji, Zhong Zhongding and other classmates also called to ask. Brother Yuan, I only scored 460 points. I don't think I can reach the undergraduate line. I should review. Zhong Zhongding's tone was a little depressed. Among the 5 starting students in class 22, he scored the worst. The other 4 scored at least 510 points, which was enough to get into a third-tier university. Li Yuan smiled and comforted, Zhongding, you can repeat the year. Ask your teacher if he will offer a repeat class. Work hard and you will definitely be able to improve next year. Well, I won't say anything more. After my mother knew the results, she has confined me to my homeroom. I can only study at home and can't go anywhere. This summer, I can't play ball or learn to drive with you. That's it, I'm done. Li Yuan could hear that Zhong Zhongding was in a very bad mood. This is very normal. Failing the college entrance examination is much more serious than a broken heart. Especially Zhong Zhongding's parents are both in the system. His father is the director of a major bureau and his mother is the chief doctor of a county hospital. They value grades even more and require him to pass the undergraduate exam. The college entrance examination was the first watershed. Since the college entrance examination results had been determined, Li Yuan was ready to call his mother to share the good news. The reason why his parents stayed in their hometown was because, just waiting for Li Yuan's college entrance examination results to be released. As soon as the call was connected, Mother Xiaoqin asked, Xiao Yuan, have the college entrance examination results come out? How did you do? Li Yuan, Mom, the results are out. I scored 603 points. 603 points. What's the score? What kind of university can I go to? Xiaoqin asked. She didn't know much about the college entrance examination and universities. Li Yuan explained, Mom, my score can get me into a key university. I have to fill in the application form to see which university I can go to. Chapter 12 Rebirth 2008, Second Book Loose 985. In their hometown in the township, Li Heng and Xiaoqin were tending to the vegetable garden. When they heard that Li Yuan had scored 603 points, the wrinkles on their faces were smoothed out a lot. Mother, asked Xia Yuan what major he plans to apply for. Father Li Heng reminded. Xiaoqin yelled, that's your son, why don't you ask him yourself? Here, I'll give you the phone number. Li Heng answered the phone and said in a low voice, Xiao Yuan, after the college entrance examination results come out, what major are you going to apply for? Dad, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's wait and see. With 603 points, you may be able to go to Huizhou Medical University. I heard from your uncle that studying medicine is a good idea. The future is very stable and the salary is high. It will also be impressive if you tell others about it. Dad, I don't want to study medicine. You don't have to worry about it. I have my own plans. Li Yuan replied. It was impossible for him to study medicine. Although there is a joke like this on the internet, if you persuade people to study medicine, you will be struck by lightning. If you persuade people to study law, you will be cut into pieces. But in fact, both majors are pretty good, but they are difficult to learn and time-consuming. He has been reborn, but he still goes to study medicine, which makes him suffer. It must be because he has eaten his fill and is unable to think straight. Okay then, you decide for yourself. You should carefully consider choosing a major. Your mother and I don't understand either. You should ask your teachers and classmates. Okay, I understand. Dad, I have something else to do. I'll hang up first. Li Heng looked at Xia Qin and said, Xiao Yuan's results are out. I plan to go back to Northeast China in advance to earn more money. Can you continue to stay at home? Xia Qin frowned and said nothing. She also wanted to stay at home longer, but when she thought about Li Yuan and Li Zixia, one was about to go to college and the other was about to go to high school. The expenses required would be huge, and their annual income might not be enough to cover the expenses. She was getting bored and restless if she continued to stay at home. Then let's go back first. When school starts soon, we'll come back and hold a graduation banquet for Xiao Yuan. Well, that's it. In 2 days, when Xiao Yuan comes back from the city, we'll leave. As soon as Li Yuan hung up the phone, another call came in. Looking at the phone number, he was slightly stunned, a little confused and surprised. I wanted to hang up directly, but after thinking for a moment, I remembered the fish raising and first blood plans I had made, so I answered the call. A pleasant, clear and familiar voice came from the phone. Li Yuan, how have you been lately? Bai Weixi's voice sounded a little nervous and shy. Li Yuan felt puzzled. What do you mean? It's just like that. Bai Weishi said gently, the college entrance examination results are out, how did you do? Li Yuan pretended to be angry and sneered, what does it have to do with you? Why should I tell you? Bai Weishi finally mustered up the courage to call Li Yuan. Hearing his stiff tone, she felt very sad. Thinking about the fact that the two of them had no contact for more than a week, she couldn't help but ask. Li Yuan, what did I do wrong? Why do you treat me like this? You don't reply to my text messages or QQ messages. Li Yuan said angrily, who are you to me? Why should I reply to your message? It's ridiculous. Bai Weishi, who was always calm and gentle, was immediately shocked. Li Yuan, just because I rejected you, you treated me like this. Love can't stand the test. You disappoint me so much. After saying that, Bai Weishi hung up the phone angrily. In the bedroom, Bai Weishi couldn't help but shed tears, her eyes were blank. She didn't know why, but after Li Yuan's indifferent response, she felt very uncomfortable. Could it be that I like him too? No, I just don't want to lose such a good friend. It's been 3 years. I've gotten used to him being around me. Why did it suddenly become like this? Is it so important whether we are in a relationship or not? I've clearly allowed him to hold my hand. He's so excessive, I don't want to care about him anymore. Bai Weishi glanced at the transcript on the computer, Chinese 128, Mathematics 126, English 142, Comprehensive Science 246, total score 642. The results were better than she had imagined, and Li Yuan made a great contribution to this. Her math and physics were not very good originally, but Li Yuan spent a lot of time every day tutoring her, and her grades gradually improved. The reason she called was not only to ease the relationship with Li Yuan, but also to share her joy with him. Who knew that in return? Li Yuan, if you still treated me the same way as before, I would still treat you as my own brother. Why do you seem to have become a different person after your confession failed? I didn't reject you explicitly. As long as you try hard, I will still choose you. Li Yuan hung up the phone, feeling a little annoyed. He wanted to say something nice and do some reverse fish farming. But whenever Bai Weishi appeared, he couldn't help but get angry, without any of the sophistication of a middle-aged man. Now that I've said this, she should give up completely and give up on me, this fish. It's good this way. I can start a new life by breaking up cleanly. When I enter university, will I still be short of beautiful girlfriends? There will be plenty of them chasing after me. Li Yuan was thinking about what major to choose and which university to attend. His score was rather awkward, being in the upper middle range, not enough to get into a 985 university, but barely enough to get into a 211 university. However, because the application form at this time is not a parallel application model, there is a high possibility of being rejected, so you need to be very cautious in choosing a school and major, and luck plays a part. In his previous life, he applied to Shanghai University of Technology, an ordinary first-class university. Suddenly, he thought of an interesting story. He remembered that in the recruitment examinations in 2008 and the following years, upsets often occurred. In some provinces, students who just passed the first-tier line can pick up leaks into famous universities such as Peking University, Shanghai Jiaotong University, and University of Science and Technology of China. If I remember correctly, there is a 985 university in Shanghai this year. The admission score in Anhui province is very low. There is a lucky person in class 23 next door who only scored over 580 points and was admitted to a 985 university that requires 630 or 640 points. I can definitely take advantage of this opportunity. Reborn in 2008 got into a 985 university from a second-tier university. Li Yuan's mind became active. The reason why he remembered this news was actually related to Bai Weishi, because the university that Bai Weishi applied to was the one that was picked up. And how many points did Bai Weishi get in the exam? It seemed to be over 640 points, which was more than 60 points higher than the lucky guy who got a chance to pass the exam. Hee, now that I'm reborn, the only one who can pick up the spoils can be me. The next afternoon, Li Yuan rode his bicycle to school wearing a branded sportswear and the new basketball shoes he bought that day. Before Li Yuan even entered the door, he heard his classmates making loud noises. Li Zhenqian, Wang Shuai, Dazhi, you guys are really good. You even wear the same basketball shoes. Wang Shuai chuckled, how about it, isn't it cool, Kobe signature sneakers? Is Nike's Kobe signature shoe real or fake? A pair costs more than 1,000. Let me take a look. Wow, it's actually Kobe 4. Shuji was in a good mood. He scored over 560 points, almost reaching the first-tier line. He grinned and chuckled, little Li, do you know who bought this for us? Li Zhenqian asked curiously, why, this was given to you by someone else, who is so generous. It's several thousand yuan. The other boys in the class also came over curiously. A pair of basketball shoes cost thousands of yuan, which was their living expenses for 2 months. Xu Ji, Zhong Zhongding, Wang Shuai, Yang Zhen, and Ji Chaoyu each had a pair, which was 5 or 6,000 yuan. Tell me quickly, who sent it? I just searched online and found that this pair of shoes costs 998 yuan on the official website. It's damn expensive. I can't even think about it. I am different. I dare to dream. Wang Shuai posed, blew his non-mainstream long hair, and was about to speak, it's Li. Li Yuan coughed quickly and patted Wang Shuai on the shoulder, Wang Shuai, don't talk nonsense. Wang Shuai turned around and saw that it was Li Yuan. He quickly put on a smile and said, hey, keep a low profile. I understand, brother Yuan. Li Zhenqiang saw that Li Yuan was also wearing the same basketball shoes and asked in surprise, Li Yuan, how come you also have Kobe Bryant 4? Was it also given to you by someone? Li Yuan raised his eyebrows and answered vaguely, well, I guess so. I helped an old lady cross the road on the road. She saw that I was kind-hearted and insisted on giving me a few pairs of shoes. Wen Yuchen suddenly said, haha, scumbag, men's mouths are always deceiving. Chapter 13 Li Yuan, I am allergic to green tea. Wen Yuchen curled her lips. She used to have a good impression of Li Yuan and thought that Bai Weishi and Li Yuan could get along well. But now, she simply used the word scumbag to describe Li Yuan. Li Yuan looked at her angry expression and laughed, scumbag. When did I scumbag you? How come I didn't know? Wang Yuchen glared at her with big eyes, you know what you did. Li Yuan glanced at Wang Yuchen's curvy figure. Putting aside her looks, her figure was still top-notch. You make it seem like I'm really guilty of something unforgivable. So, tell me, what did I do? Wang Yuchen wanted to continue. Suddenly, Bai Weishi's voice came faintly, Yuchen, stop talking. Bai Weishi stared at Li Yuan with her beautiful eyes, her eyes flashing with expectation, but Li Yuan didn't even look at her and went straight to Wang Shuai, Xiao Shuai, give me your seat. Wang Shuai stood up obediently, brother Yuan, where should I sit? Li Yuan glanced at Bai Weishi and said, nonsense, let's change seats. You have to sit in my seat. Wang Shuai suddenly shuddered, feeling a murderous gaze on his back, brother Yuan, please spare me. I'm afraid I'll be killed by someone's gaze. Li Yuan was speechless, you are a man, are you afraid of a little girl? Wang Shuai chuckled and asked, brother Yuan, that was originally your seat, why don't you go sit there instead of occupying my seat? Li Yuan spread his hands, you know, I'm allergic to green tea recently. Wang Shuai was puzzled, but, didn't you like drinking green tea before? Li Yuan was too lazy to explain that the two green teas had different tastes and ingredients. This green tea is not that green tea. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. Just tell me whether you want to change it or not. Wang Shuai looked embarrassed, brother Yuan, you also know that I am allergic to beautiful women. I don't believe you. Li Yuan complained. Everyone among us knew that Wang Shuai's favorite thing to do was to peek at beautiful women. A pack of yushi, do you want to go? Brother Yuan, you are wrong. I like looking at beautiful women the most. Wang Shui nodded his head like a rattle. Go, I must go. Brother Yuan's business is my business. After saying that, he walked to Bai Weishi with an expression as if he was ready to sacrifice himself heroically and prepared to sit down. Bai Weishi didn't expect that Li Yuan, her deskmate, would not even want to sit next to her. After feeling disappointed, she felt extremely ashamed and angry. She was a recognized school beauty, and the boys who wanted to sit next to her were from class 1 to class 30, but she had always chosen to sit at the same table with Li Yuan for 2 years. She was not used to having a new person around her. Li Yuan, why did he do this to me? It embarrasses me. Bai Weishi became angrier and angrier as she thought about it. When she thought about everything that had happened over the past half-month, she could no longer hold back her tears, and tears as big as bins began to fall. Wang Shui stared at the scene in a daze, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. Finally, he tiptoed to Li Yuan's side and sighed, Brother Yuan, I can't control this situation. You should come in person. Bai Weishi's soft sobbing also caused discussions among other students in the class. Li Yuan and Bai Weishi are having a conflict. I heard that after the college entrance examination, Li Yuan formally confessed his love to Bai Weishi, but was rejected. No way, even Li Yuan's condition can be rejected. Bai Weishi's standards are too high. Who knows? Didn't you see Bai Weishi crying on the table? Li Yuan is such a bastard that he can even make the school beauty in our class cry. There must be something else going on here. Actually, I think Li Yuan is pretty good. He's tall and handsome, has a rich family, has good grades, and can play basketball. He's my type. Then go after him. Bai Weishi rejected him anyway, so maybe you can take advantage of the situation. All the classmates knew about the relationship between Li Yuan and Bai Weishi, otherwise they would not have sat at the same table for more than a year. Li Yuan felt the gazes coming at him, full of various meanings, and his brows were furrowed. Under the gazes of the whole class, he looked like a scumbag who had seduced and then abandoned his wife. This kind of thing cannot be explained. After all, Bai Weishi is a girl, and a school beauty at that. She is crying quietly, so she can naturally win sympathy. Damn, her level of green tea is too high. I'm really impressed. Li Yuan cursed in his heart. He stood up and went straight to his seat. The high school classroom was very crowded. After Li Yuan sat down, his body accidentally touched Bai Weishi. At this time, it was just the beginning of summer, and everyone was wearing cool clothes. Bai Weishi was wearing a simple t-shirt, and her arms, as white as lotus roots, were extremely dazzling. She seemed to have put on light makeup today, and she exuded a faint scent of perfume. Feeling the touch of Li Yuan's arm, the smoothness between the skins was like an electric current flashing through. Bai Weishi's crying became much weaker. She raised her head quietly, and tears were still hidden in her bright and beautiful eyes. Li Yuan, do you hate me so much? Li Yuan met Bai Weishi's expectant gaze and spoke calmly, interrupting her fantasy, yes. Bai Weishi didn't expect Li Yuan to be so heartless. Tears welled up in her eyes, like a stream, flowing down her flawless white cheeks. You are lying to me, aren't you? Are all the things you did for me before fake? Li Yuan spoke without hesitation, breaking her fantasy and disguise, yes, it's all fake. In his previous life, after he found out that Bai Weishi had been hiding something from him and had dated other boyfriends and that he was just a fish in her pond, he instantly collapsed mentally, became taciturn, disliked communicating with others, became autistic, and then began to abandon himself. As for Bai Weishi, her deep love turned into endless hatred. Even though I graduated from college more than 10 years ago and was reborn, the resentment still hasn't dissipated. In his previous life, he was a poor boy, and because of a special accident, his disguise as a rich second generation was revealed. Bai Weishi stared at Li Yuan in a daze. That tone, that look, that gaze. She felt like something in her heart suddenly broke. Just as I was about to explain, the head teacher walked in. The classroom suddenly fell silent. The head teacher is called Wang Hongguan. He is in his 40s, with a Mediterranean hairstyle, a big belly, and greasy skin, all showing the appearance of a middle-aged man. Students, the college entrance examination results came out yesterday, and you all checked your scores. Our class 22 did quite well in the exam this time. 3 students scored above 600, 15 scored above 550, and 42 scored above 500, which is about half of the total. Of course, some students who performed averagely and did not achieve satisfactory results may also consider studying for another year to complete their undergraduate studies. I will announce the previous results. First place, Bai Weishi 642, second place, Dingying 618, third place, Li Yuan 603. 15th place, Shuji 565. When they heard the head teacher reading out the scores of the top 15 students in the class, the 87 students in class 22 of senior 3 had different expressions, some were happy and some were worried. Although the results are out, the most important thing is how to choose a school, a major, and fill in the application form. Next, let me tell you how to fill in the application form. Chapter 14, Everyone is reborn, so who wants to take the civil service exam? The head teacher, Lao Wang, was talking animatedly in class with a rosy face and seemed to be in a good mood. There are some tips for filling out college entrance exam applications. You must not just apply for popular universities and majors. You should lower your goals appropriately so that you will not be easily rejected. Otherwise, even if you try again the next year, your grades may not be better. Interest is the best teacher. You must apply for a major that you like. Boys can apply for mechanical design and automation, civil engineering, computer science, biological science, etc. These are all popular majors. The 21st century is the century of science and technology. With the rapid development of our country, emerging fields such as basic science, life science, computer, internet, etc. are booming and have broad prospects. Girls can apply for medicine, teaching, finance, etc. They have high salaries, broad employment prospects, and stable jobs. As a top-grade teacher who has been in the profession for decades, Lao Wang has a good vision and speaks very logically, and it is obvious that he has made careful preparations. Li Yuan wanted to complain, but he didn't know how to start. What Lao Wang said is not wrong, but it is not suitable for most ordinary boys. Compared with the advice for boys, the advice for girls is more meaningful. Choose a school for liberal arts students and choose a major for science students. Especially for ordinary people who are not from top 985 or 211 universities, a good major determines the height of their future. They belong to the class of 2008. By the time they graduated from college, it was already 2012. The world had changed a lot and many majors were no longer in demand. And the end of the universe is the civil service examination. In his opinion, it is better for ordinary college students who graduated from ordinary universities to apply for a major suitable for the civil service examination, prepare for it during college, and then go to the developed coastal areas to earn dozens of dollars a year, which is no worse than those 985 programmers in big companies. If he had not already made his first pot of gold and was still doing nothing, he might have considered this path. He tried to get into D in college and then took the route of selection, provincial examination, and national examination. With 4 years of hard study in college and the advantage of being a fresh graduate, he had the confidence to do so. As for now, after more than a month, when the stock market results come out, he may have achieved financial freedom. I've been reborn, who would want to take the civil service exam? Li Yuan was thinking about this. Suddenly, I felt my arm being touched and heard a faint, slightly fragrant whisper in my ear. My mother asked me to apply for a university in Shanghai, will you go? Li Yuan immediately stopped her from thinking, no. Bai Weishi's originally expectant mood immediately turned into a feeling of disappointment. He laughed at himself and said, is the promise we made so worthless? Li Yuan remained silent. He and Bai Weishi had once made an agreement to go to the same city and attend the same university. He actually did this in his previous life. Although we didn't go to the same university, we went to the same city. Bai Weishi looked at Li Yuan and suddenly felt very strange. He was not like this before. This feeling of strangeness made her feel upset and at a loss. Bai Weishi's snow-white face was covered with a trace of tears. She looked at Li Yuan and said softly, brother, will we meet again in the future? Li Yuan replied coldly, no, just give up. Bai Weishi's last bit of hope was shattered and she stared blankly at Li Yuan as if she wanted to imprint him in her heart forever. The purpose of this class meeting is mainly for classmates to get together and explain how to choose a university and fill in the application form. In 2008, college entrance examination application form is very important and a small difference may make a world of difference. On the school playground, Wang Shui poked Li Yuan's arm and reminded him, brother Yuan. Bai Weishi seemed to cry when she left. Li Yuan said coldly, she can cry as she pleases. What does it have to do with me? Wang Shui was about to say, I'm crying because of you, but seeing Li Yuan's expression, he didn't say anything in the end. During these days, he also noticed some clues that Li Yuan's personality and attitude were completely different from before. He was very confused. Could a rejection of a love confession really have such a big impact on a person? Besides, Bai Weishi didn't completely refuse. She had cried for him several times. If there was a school beauty who could cry for him, he would remember it for the rest of his life. Brother Yuan, the results are out. According to last year's scoreline, you should be able to go to an ordinary 211 university. Have you considered your choice? Li Yuan had already made a decision in his mind, but there was no need to say it now. I haven't decided yet, but I'll probably go to a big city. There will be more opportunities in a big city. Wang Shuai also agreed, big cities are good, but the housing prices are too high. The housing prices in Beijing and Shanghai are over 11,000 yuan per square meter, which is too scary. Houses are just for living, how can they be hyped up to such a high price? Li Yuan thought to himself, this is just the beginning. In 10 years, the housing prices in the imperial capital and the magic capital will soar to more than 10 times the current level. Even this small county town right under your feet will see its price skyrocket to 8 or 9,000 per square meter in the future. Thinking that Wang Shuai's family was doing well and had some extra money, he pretended to sigh casually, Xiao Shuai, I feel that housing prices will continue to soar in the future. If I had a few million now, I would buy a few houses in the imperial capital or the magic capital. I wouldn't have to worry about anything in my life and could become a multimillionaire just by lying down. Wang Shuai disagreed with Li Yuan's opinion, house prices cannot go up. This year's global economic crisis has caused house prices to fall again and again. It's good enough to keep the current house prices. Buying a house now is the same as joining the Guo army in 1949. Li Yuan originally wanted to persuade Wang Shuai to buy a house in a big city, but after hearing what he said, he decided to give up. Everyone has his own destiny. He himself hasn't even escaped from it, so what qualifications does he have to guide others? Xiao Shuai, I think you can consider computer science when filling out your application. Computer science will definitely be very popular in the future. Wang Shuai had no interest in computers and shook his head to refuse. I'm interested in chemistry. As you know, my chemistry grades are pretty good. I plan to apply for a chemistry-related major. Li Yuan was speechless. For the sake of his good friend's future, he decided to persuade him again, interest cannot be used to make a living. I still recommend computer science. You can think about it carefully. Okay, I'll think about it. Brother Yuan, are you going to take the driver's license test during the summer vacation? I'm going to take the driver's license test. Taking a driver's license test during the summer vacation was part of his plan. Li Yuan nodded, I plan to sign up tomorrow, want to join me? Wang Shuai smiled and said, okay, Yangjin and Dazhi are also going to take the exam. But Zhongding didn't do so well in the college entrance exam, so his mother grounded him. He will go to Lao Wang's review class in a few days. You don't have to worry about Zhongding. For him, repeating a grade is much more important than going to college. Li Yuan thought that in his previous life, among the 5 of them, Zhongding seemed to have developed the best. In the future, he might even become a deputy county magistrate. Wang Shuai disagreed, then we'll see each other tomorrow. I have to go home and study the college entrance examination guide carefully to choose a suitable university and major. Well, let's go to the driving school together to sign up tomorrow. Chapter 15 Brother Yuan, you must be a rich second generation seeking follow-up reading. There are 3 driving schools in the county, and Li Yuan and his friends went to Chunlei Driving School in the west of the city. High school graduates can enjoy a 20% discount by registering with their student ID. The 4 of them went to the driving school together to register, spending 2,800 yuan each for AC1 license. They registered in late June and would get their licenses by the end of August. At that time, driving schools, especially in small counties, were not strictly managed. Li Yuan just handed in 2 yaxes and received special care from the coach. Hey, Brother Yuan, you are really good at handling things. There are 4 of us in one car, so we can practice to our heart's content. Wang Shuai and others have become accustomed to Li Yuan's generosity. If they were asked to pass the cigarettes, they would probably feel embarrassed and a little reluctant. 2 pieces of yushi rice, 400 yuan. Li Yuan knew everything about the driving school. Most of the instructors were ordinary people, and to deal with ordinary people, you had to use ordinary people's methods. As a result, they practiced driving much faster and made an appointment for the first subject test just 1 week after registering. As for the practice of the second subject, Li Yuan, as an experienced driver in his previous life, only needed 1 casual instruction from the coach to be able to operate it skillfully. Yangjin was shocked to see Li Yuan completed the second part of the reverse parking, parallel parking, curve driving, and ramp parking and starting steps in one go. Yuanzi, you didn't know how to drive before, did you? Shuji was also very curious. He is a rich second generation, his family must have a car. Wang Shui chuckled and said, that's for sure. Brother Yuan must be a rich second generation and his family has a mine. In this era, private cars are relatively rare, and those who can drive a private car are either rich or noble. Li Yuan has always been generous, and after giving each of them a pair of Nike basketball shoes worth thousands of dollars, he became more determined in this idea. Li Yuan laughed and boasted, I'm not some rich second generation. My family is very poor, a peasant family, much worse than your family's, so naturally I don't have a car. As for driving, maybe I have a natural talent, I can learn anything quickly. He didn't lie. After his rebirth, his memory and learning ability had indeed improved a lot compared to before. Even his typing speed and inspiration have greatly improved. The content and stories of some works he had read in his previous life are clearly presented in his mind. This can be considered as an invisible plug-in brought about by rebirth. TSK, who would believe you if you said you were poor? You're wearing everything from Nike to Adidas, world-famous brands that cost $2,000 to $3,000 in total. Shuji said with some envy. It was fine before, but after the college entrance examination, Li Yuan was really generous with his money. Li Yuan was helpless, I'm telling the truth, why doesn't anyone believe me? In the county hospital, Li Yuan heard his parents call and say they were leaving for the northeast, so he hurried back home and took them over for a physical examination. While waiting for the results of the medical examination, Li Yuan wanted to tell his parents that he had made money so that they wouldn't have to work so hard in the wind, sun, cold or heat, but he didn't know how to explain it. Using the first pot of gold earned from sports lottery, plus using all the money to invest in stocks, may not be easily accepted by conservative parents. May nag for a long time at home. After thinking for a moment, Li Yuan could only keep it in his heart for the time being and planned to tell them after the royalties came out. In any case, being a writer with a monthly salary of hundreds of thousands sounds like a more legitimate job than stock trading. Dad, Mom, why don't you stay home for a while? You can wait until I get the acceptance letter before leaving. Father Li Heng had been bored at home for a long time. He was the kind of a workhorse who couldn't sit still and had been working hard for a living all his life. He said in a deep voice, it's okay to stay at home. Going earlier can also earn more money. If you don't go for a long time, those regular customers will be gone. Xiaoqin also agreed, we'll come back when school starts soon. We don't know anything about filling out the application form, so you can ask the teacher. His parents were determined to leave, and Li Yuan was unable to stop them. He planned to open a store in the Magic City after they arrived there, and let his parents go there to develop their careers. After the medical examination results came out, Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. His mother had a little gastroenteritis and needed to take some medicine for treatment. His father had a little high blood pressure and fatty liver, but there were no other problems. The next day, my parents went to the city and took the train away. Like in previous years, my younger sister Lisa Xia was taken to live with my grandmother. A week later, Li Yuan successfully passed the first subject test, and the second subject test was scheduled for 2 weeks later. In the internet cafe, Li Yuan logged onto the stock website to check the increase in the price of the Salt Lake shares he purchased. He invested 6 million yuan in this stock. When he bought it, it was 4.1 yuan per share. Now, just over half a month later, it has grown to 6.2 yuan per share, an increase of more than 50%, and it is still continuing to soar. If he sells the stocks in his hands now, he can make a net profit of more than 3 million. It's only been half a month. Li Yuan finally understood why the associate professor in the college in his previous life had been bragging about this matter for several years. It really feels good to see your wealth increase dramatically every day. According to what the professor said, this stock should be able to increase in value until the end of July. Just keep an eye on it occasionally. By the end of July, no matter how much you earn, just sell it out. Li Yuan thought to himself. He is not a greedy person, and the stock market is very treacherous. If he gets stuck in it, his first pot of gold that he has worked so hard to earn will be a heavy loss. In addition to investing in stocks, Li Yuan has been spending most of his time writing. The word count of the free chapters of Battle of the Stars has reached 130,000 words, and it will be put on the shelves after the last week of Sanjiang recommendation and big promotion. And its performance has already reached a level that is far ahead of others in the new book list. Recommendation votes, 63,000, monthly votes, 12,000, collections, 89,000, paid reading, 23,000. It can be said that it is extremely popular, even beyond Li Yuan's imagination. The editor's attitude towards him has also become better and better. If the recommendation is full, there will be no problem in having over 100,000 collections, and the first order is very likely to create a record for Origin Chinese Network. Shinkong, Shuahua, you will be recommended by Sanjiang tomorrow, and then you will be recommended by the big book. The results are still growing. Please work hard these few days and save more manuscripts. When it is put on the shelves and updated, I will definitely follow it. Li Yuan, don't worry, I already have more than 300,000 words of manuscripts in reserve, and I plan to put them on the shelves with a daily output of 10,000 words in the next few months. With the improvement of his memory after his rebirth, his typing speed has increased rather than decreased compared to his previous life. His inspiration is endless, and he can now maintain a stable speed of 5,000 words per hour, which is faster than the average pinyin typing speed. If there is a combat power list at this time, he will definitely be at the top. Shinkong, you have so many manuscripts saved. I feel relieved. However, you should also take care of your health. You don't need to work so hard. Maintaining the quality of your content is the most important thing. In the teacher's apartment building next to number 4 middle school, Bai Weishi was playing the guitar and humming softly, but his singing sounded very sad. Outside the bedroom, Bai Weishi's parents frowned and whispered, after the college entrance examination, our daughter has been absent-minded and seems to be in a bad mood. I even saw her hiding in bed and wiping her tears. Old Bai, do you think our daughter is in a premature relationship? Bai Tianchi stood up suddenly, and just as he was about to say something, he sighed and sat down again, his voice a little dull. Wei Shi has been a sensible child since she was young, she shouldn't fall in love too early. Besides, how can a girl who falls in love too early get 642 points in the college entrance examination, the first in the class? Yang Jinyu didn't comment, but secretly glanced into the house with a look of worry on her face. Although Weishi is obedient and sensible, I am still a little worried. Bai Tianchi suddenly said, how about, after my daughter fills out her college entrance examination application, we can take advantage of the summer vacation and go on a trip as a family of 3 to relax. When Yang Jinyu heard that they were going on a trip, her face immediately lit up with joy. Because of their daughter's schooling and financial factors, they seldom traveled after they got married. We can go traveling, but what about my daughter's aspirations? When I asked her where she wanted to go to school, she was sullen and wouldn't say anything. Bai Tianchi smacked his lips and said, you are a mother, you can test your daughter's attitude. I don't want her to go too far, just stay in Luzhu. Yang Jinyu immediately objected, what's so good about Luzhu? If you want to go, go to a big city. The weather in the imperial capital is bad, and there are often sandstorms. I think it's good to go to the magic city. The scenery there is pleasant. When she goes to college, I'll let Weishi find a boyfriend from Shanghai, so she doesn't have to come back to this small county town. She doesn't have to suffer like me, marrying to a small place like this, which has made me unable to go back to my parents' home. My parents are right, marriage should be between people of equal social status. From now on, I will never agree to my daughter marrying a man from a bad family. Bai Tianchi was a little depressed. He was a country boy from a small county town, while Yang Jinyu was a city boy from Jiangsu province. The discrimination between cities and between urban and rural areas was deeply rooted. It's better to respect your daughter's own opinion. Chapter 16, a job with a monthly salary of 1 million. Please read on. Time flies, and another week has passed in the blink of an eye. In the vehicle management office, Li Yuan, Xu Ji, Wang Shuai and Yang Jin successfully passed the first subject. Wang Shuai smiled and said, Subject 1 is quite easy. 90 points is a pass. I got 98 points, so I passed it in one go. What's so difficult about Subject 1? It's just common sense questions and the questions never change. I just spent one night studying and got 100 points. Xu Ji said disdainfully. Li Yuan thought to himself that when most college students graduate from high school, their knowledge and memory are at their peak, so what's so great about taking a Subject 1 exam? After the celebratory lunch, Wang Shuai suggested playing basketball together, but Li Yuan said he had other things to do and couldn't accompany them. Wang Shuai asked curiously, Brother Yuan, what are you doing recently? You don't come out to play basketball anymore. Are you in a relationship? What's the point of talking about you? Even a dog in love wouldn't even talk about it. Li Yuan laughed and scolded, and answered absent-mindedly, I've been busy making money recently. I'm almost broke. When Xu Ji heard about making money, he became interested. Brother Yuan, where can you make money? Is there any way to make money? I'm a little short of money recently. Li Yuan thought to himself, you can't learn my way of making money.
Writing online novels requires a foundation and some knowledge, and it is best to have a lot of experience in reading online novels. Xu Ji, Wang Shui, and others, like him in his previous life, basically have no other hobbies except playing ball. The study pressure in high school is already very high, and it is good to have a hobby. As for stocks, a certain amount of capital is required. They can come up with a few $1,000s and some private money, but no more than that. Besides, the stock market is risky, and he only plans to make a quick buck and leave. He dare not lead his good friends astray. Who will he complain to if he loses everything in the future? Other small businesses might be able to make a few $100,000, but he no longer cares about them at this point. I also earn my money through hard work. I'll tell you in detail when I have a chance. I'm leaving now. After Li Yuan finished speaking, he rode his bicycle to sunny internet cafe. Today is the date when his first work since his rebirth, Battle of the Stars, will be put on the shelves, but he hasn't had time to look at the first order data yet. Li Yuan logged into Yuan Chinese website, entered the author area, and checked the background data. Fuck, that's great, it's awesome. Because it was put on the shelves in the early morning, it has only been 12 hours since then, but the first order data of Battle of the Stars has reached 21,456 and the average order is 19,823. The follow-up orders and average orders are basically the same. The quality of this manual is very stable. On the day the book was put on the shelves, he wrote 50,000 words and updated 12 chapters. The subscription income from just half a day was more than 20,000 yuan. Later, as he continues to explode, the number of words in his V chapters will increase and the number of subscriptions will also increase. Earning 1,000,000 yuan a month is not a dream. It is a foregone conclusion that the first order of Battle of the Stars will set a record for the first order of Yuan Chinese website at this time. TSK, I already have a job that pays me $1,000,000 a month before I even go to college. Li Yuan was in a very happy mood. This sense of accomplishment was completely different from the feeling he had when he made money from sports lottery and the stock market. Sports lottery and stocks are both based on speculation, but writing novels is the fruit of hard work. In the month after his rebirth, he spent almost all of his time typing. Sitting in an internet cafe for 8 or 9 hours every day, tapping the keyboard with your fingers is not easy to do. Ordinary people simply cannot persist. Looking at the comment section, there are already more than 3,000 comments. I am Yero Lao, I am sending money, dear author, it has been put on the shelves. Where is the discussion group we agreed on? Please send it out quickly. Nguyen Yang, the master has given the reward, please quickly create a group, don't force me to kneel down and beg you. Don't mess with me, who has the author's address? I want to send him something. What? It must be razor blades. Can I send him fruit? Little follower, well, maybe the author is busy and hasn't had time to create a group, don't worry. Book famine seeking book recommendations, shouldn't we discuss the plot? Why are we so obsessed with forming a group? Don't mess with me, the author above has already said that after the book is released and a group is created, a colorful extra chapter will be posted in the group. I've been waiting for so long that the flowers have withered. Don't mess with me, you idiot, come out, if you don't come out, I will reward you with silver cuteness and bomb you with full screen. Li Yuan looked at the comments one by one and felt a very special sense of accomplishment in his heart. This was an experience he had never had in his previous life, after 4 or 5 years of typing. This is how writing a book works. If there are readers communicating with you and achievements supporting you, then you will be motivated. If you are motivated, the quality of the content will also improve. Li Yuan directly put the 1,000-person group he had established in advance on the homepage and set restrictions on the number of fans who could enter. As soon as the group was established, there was a steady stream of readers joining directly. Don't mess with me, wow, the author finally created a group, and I'm the first one. Nguyen Yang, the author is still trustworthy, group leader, where did you say that the leader will add chapters? I have already rewarded 10 leaders and you owe me 10 chapters, please return them to me quickly. I am Yero Lao, I want to give you money, well, I also gave you a reward, you owe me 1 more chapter. ID, 89021, me too, I owe you +1. Soon, fans who had joined the group came in to fry the fish, which made Li Yuan feel overwhelmed. He carefully looked at the fans and found that although it was only the first day of the launch, it had already gained 11 alliance leaders and 1 silver cute. According to the promise of an alliance leader to add 1 more chapter, he already owes 21 chapters of updates. It's better not to create this group. They are all asking for more chapters. Li Yuan muttered. He finally understood the happy troubles of the great author. This was an experience he had never had in his previous life. As a last resort, Li Yuan posted a group announcement: "The author is working hard on the code. Starting from today, I will strive to complete 21 chapters within 5 days, based on 3 updates a day with 12,000 words." After saying that, Li Yuan also took a vague picture of an internet cafe and a computer desktop where he was typing, indicating that he was really typing. As Li Yuan spoke in the group, the fan group, which already had more than 200 people, exploded instantly, with messages continuously being sent with various inquiries. Juan, I really want to know how old the author is. Is this in an internet cafe? I am Yerolao, I want to send money. Wow, this is Martian language, not mainstream. However, judging from the environment of the internet cafe, the author seems to be very young. He is not a student, is he? Don't mess with me. Hey, the author has been exposed. Since there are pictures, I can search for where he is. I love eating cilantro. The author should not be very old, but he writes very well. I can't stop reading it. I really want to know what the author looks like. The little urchin who loves fighting, the nymphomaniac upstairs, has been identified. Li Yuan read the discussion in the fan group for a while, smiled, and then ignored it. 50,000 words have been updated today, and he still needs to speed up the process of saving manuscripts. An early explosion is more conducive to attracting follow-up subscriptions, maintaining fans, and increasing subscription income. These are lovely little coins, and every word has its value. He is a little free now, but when he goes to university, military training, professional courses and so on may take up much of his time. If the young are willing to work hard, the old man can drive a Bentley. Come on, Reborn boy. Chapter 17. After rebirth, does it matter which university you go to? On the 20th day after the college entrance examination results came out, the class teacher announced in the QQ group that college entrance examination applications should be filled out during these 3 days, and all students are requested to go to the school comprehensive building to fill out the applications. When Li Yuan arrived, it was already the last day and most of the students in the class had already filled out their applications. When Li Yuan arrived by bike, only a few people had not yet filled out their applications. Even the class teacher, Yuan, was not there as he had gone to teach a repeat class for senior high school students. As soon as I entered the office of the comprehensive building, 2 girls came towards me. One of them was a tall girl with a few pimples on her face and greeted me. Li Yuan, why are you here just now? You are the only one in the class who hasn't filled out the application form yet. Where are you going to apply? Since it was a classmate who asked me where I was applying for, there was nothing to hide. Li Yuan smiled and said, I'm going to apply to a university in the Magic City. What about you? Where did you apply? The tall girl was named Dong Yuchio. She had good grades in the class and was always ranked in the top 10. When she heard that Li Yuan was going to apply for a university in the Magic City, she froze for a moment, a hint of disappointment flashed across her face, and she smiled and replied, My mother didn't let me go to school so far away, so I applied to a university in Jianya, which is very close to our hometown. Jianya is also a very good city. It is the ancient capital of 6 dynasties. It has great culture, scenery and city. There should be many students in our class going to study there. Li Yuan said with a smile. If he had not worked hard in Shanghai for many years in his previous life, he would have wanted to apply to a university in Jianya. Dong Yuchio felt a little regretful. She had had some feelings for Li Yuan before, but because Li Yuan had always been with Bai Weishi, she buried this faint feeling deep down. Now that Li Yuan and Bai Weishi have broken up, if they both go to the same city, she might still have a chance. But since Li Yuan was going to the Magic City, he could only keep this secret feeling buried deep in his heart. As far as I know, 15 people in our class have already applied to universities in Jianya. The girl next to Dong Yuchio suddenly said, there seemed to be only 5 people in our class who applied for the Magic City entrance exam. Besides you, there are only 4 others, Bai Weishi, Wang Yuchen, Wang Shuai, and Xu Ji. Li Yuan was not surprised by this. When Wang Shuai was filling out his application form, he had already told him in advance that he wanted to follow Li Yuan to a big city to try his luck. As for Xu Ji, after returning to his hometown in his previous life, he stayed in Shanghai to work hard, engaged in the education tutoring industry, and was still unmarried when he was over 30. Not to mention Bai Weishi, she has always longed for life in a big city, so she will definitely choose the Magic City. Ever since the conversation on the day of the class meeting, Bai Weishi never sent him a message again, as if she had completely cut off ties with him, and Li Yuan was also happy and at peace. I also want to try my luck in a big city. Li Yuan said calmly.
He looked at the petite girl and felt that she looked familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't remember who she was. After all, it had been more than 10 years since they met, and they hadn't had much contact before. Xu Beibei glanced at Li Yuan meaningfully, but didn't say much. Modu, hee, I'm sure someone will be very surprised when they find out. After a few more pleasantries, Dong Yuqiu waved his hand and said, Li Yuan, go fill out your application form. We'll be leaving first. I hope you can get into your ideal university. Goodbye. Well, bye. In front of the computer, Li Yuan entered his information and filled out his application form. His first choice was naturally the 985 university in Shanghai that he had been lucky enough to get into in his previous life. His major was computer science. He had worked as a part-time programmer for several years in his previous life and was well aware that computers and the internet would have extremely bright prospects in the future. In addition, choosing this major will also help him start a business during college. The future will inevitably be the era of the internet. Whether it is games, short videos, websites, etc., they are all closely related to computers, and the entrepreneurial direction he has in mind in college must also use computer talents. In his previous life, he was just a part-time programmer. Although he was not proficient in technology, it was enough for him around 2008. As for whether he could be admitted, that depends on fate. Soon, Li Yuan filled out his application form. School, Daxia University. Major, computer. Whether to accept the adjustment, yes. In his opinion, what he wanted was the golden signboard of a 985 university. He had already learned almost all the computer technology, so it didn't matter even if he studied other majors. Anyway, he had no intention of getting rich by relying on his profession. I've been reborn, why do I still care what I studied in college? Isn't that funny? Ordinary universities are okay, but if it is a 985 or some top 211 university, being able to study in such a university will give you very rich network resources. Not to mention anything else, if you are really successful in starting a business and have established connections with those bigwigs in the college, even if your competitors want to touch you, they will have to think twice. The business world is like a battlefield. This is not just talk. It is a real war action. If you really block someone's financial path, you will use all kinds of means, even humane elimination, which is not impossible. Although Li Yuan has a dull personality and low emotional intelligence, he is not a fool in terms of IQ. In addition, with his work experience within the system, he has experienced all kinds of backstabbing and taking the blame, and he has long seen through all the tricks involved. As for his second choice, he also applied to an ordinary 211 university in the science and engineering field in Shanghai, also majoring in computer science, and was willing to be adjusted. It doesn't matter whether you fill in the third choice or not. Generally speaking, if you are not accepted by the first choice, you will basically be rejected. There are very few chances to get admitted to the second choice, let alone the third choice. That's it. Let's wait for the results. If I can get into a 985 university, that's pretty good too. Qingren Street. Bai Weishi, Wang Yuchen and a slightly shorter female classmate were shopping in a boutique jewelry store. Apart from celebrities, music and clothes, the topic that the girls chat about is the recent college entrance examination application. Xu Beibei suddenly said, Wei Shi, I just got some new news this morning. Do you want to know? Bai Weishi's face, as white as jade, looked very cold, with an expression that said keep away from strangers, which made the boys who passed by and wanted to chat with her dare not come closer. Hearing Xu Beibei's question, she shook her head gently, I'm not interested, and I don't want to know. Xu Beibei didn't care, and her expression looked very strange. Wei Shi, are you sure you don't want to know? It's related to Li. Wang Yuchen asked curiously, are you talking about that scumbag Li Yuan? What's wrong with him? I heard from Xu Ji that scumbag Li has been busy making money recently. He is busy every day. I don't know what he is doing. Xu Beibei nodded and looked at Bai Weishi with a smile. The news I'm talking about is about Li Yuan. Weishi, don't you really want to know? Bai Weishi's clear eyes flashed with charming colors, and her expression was a little conflicted. She didn't know what her mood was towards Li Yuan. You may say that there is no feeling, but when I am alone, I can't help but think of every little thing that happened in the 3 years since we met. The feelings in high school are the purest and most unforgettable. There are many happy memories when two people are together. Although the two are not really together, their relationship goes far beyond ordinary friendship between a man and a woman. Already held hands. If she said that she had fallen in love with him, she felt that she had not reached that level. She was afraid of losing him, but she didn't want to get too close. Her parents' unhappy marriage, their constant quarrels every day, her mother and her grandmother's family severing their mother-daughter relationship. All of this has had an impact on her, making her dare not embrace love completely. Hey, Wei Shi, if you don't want to know, I won't tell you. Bai Weishi was stunned for a moment, but still looked at Xu Beibei and said, Beibei, go ahead. Xu Beibei smiled, having expected this result, and grumbled, Humph, how can I just say it if you ask me to? You have to say, Beibei, I want to know. Bai Weishi's cheeks flushed, and she tickled Xu Beibei, saying in a whisper, Beibei, I want to know. Seeing Bai Weishi's shy expression, Xu Beibei finally spoke with satisfaction, Hey, do you know which university Li Yuan applied to? Wen Yuchen's eyes rolled, and he immediately thought of something, and asked in surprise, could it be that Li Jianan reported to the Magic City? Xu Beibei, yes, I ran into Li Yuan this morning when I was filling out my application with Dorm Yuchio, and he said that himself. Wei Shi, that scumbag Li must have come to the Magic City just for you. He's been pretending to be cool and playing hard to get lately, but now his true colors are revealed, ha ha. Wen Yuchen looked as if she had seen through everything, and she went to see Bai Weishi's reaction. Bai Weishi's face turned red with shame, the corners of her mouth turned up, her frosty eyebrows also relaxed, and the cheerful smile on her cheeks amazed the whole summer, making Wang Yuchen want to go up and kiss her. On the day of the class meeting, you clearly told me that you would not go to the Magic City. It turns out that was all your disguise. At this moment, Bai Weishi's smile was as bright as a flower. Chapter 18 What kind of business is Li Yuan doing? Seeing Bai Weishi's reaction when he heard the news, Xu Beibei had an expression of, as expected. With a hum, he pulled Bai Weishi's arm and muttered, Xiao Bai, you and Li Yuan still have each other in your hearts. I feel there is a misunderstanding between you. Wen Yuchen frowned slightly. Thinking of Li Yuan's cold attitude, she couldn't help but complain. Li Yuan used to be quite warm, but why has he changed so much now? He is so cold every day, as if someone owes him millions. As she spoke, she took Bai Weishi's hand and reminded her. Xiao Bai, this is all a trick played by boys. Just leave him alone and see what other tricks Li the scumbag can come up with. Bai Weishi's flawless face was full of smiles, her long hair spread out, and under the sunlight, she looked like an exquisite porcelain doll. She smiled shyly. Yuchen, Beibei, don't call him a scumbag. In fact, he treats me very well. When Yuchen was puzzled, then why did you reject his confession? Bai Weishi thought about it, his eyes were very serious, I don't know either, I always feel like there's something missing, maybe I don't know him well enough, I'm not sure about our future, I'm afraid if I get too involved, I'll end up hurt. Before, we agreed to go to the same city and attend the same university. When Yuchen curled her lips, it's just like me and Shuji. I didn't agree to his confession, but he still sent me messages every day and asked about my well-being. Men should not be spoiled, they need to be properly disciplined. Xiao Bai, you are still too naive. If someone like Li Yuan doesn't take the initiative to approach you, you should ignore him. With your conditions, I don't know how many stinky men you will charm when you go to college. Let Yuan regret it. Bai Weishi was stunned and speechless. Her intuition told her that Li Yuan had indeed changed. If she didn't take the initiative, she might really lose this good friend. Xu Beibei asked curiously, Xiao Bai, your score is much higher than his. You applied to Daxia University, right? Bai Weishi nodded, yes, I applied to Daxia University to major in accounting. Xu Beibei, Daxia University is a 985 university. Li Yuan probably can't get in. His score is 40 points lower than yours. Wen Yuchen said with a smile, that's nothing, they are all in Shanghai, and the bus ride is fast. The school I applied to is not far from Xiaobai's university, so we can see each other often in the future. Xu Beibei teased, you and your family are closer, right? Did you apply to the same university? Beibei, what do you mean by the one from my family? I haven't even agreed to him yet. I have to test him properly. However, he insisted on applying to the same university as me, and I can't stop him. Wen Yuchen blushed a little. He and Shuji have developed feelings for each other, which is somewhat similar to the situation of Bai Weishi and Li Yuan, but the story development is completely different. Bai Weishi felt a little envious, as this should have been her fantasy in the past. She suddenly remembered what Li Yuan said to her on the day of the class meeting, people always change, you will change, and I will change too. But, I haven't changed, why have you changed? In Chunlei driving school, Li Yuan and 4 others were practicing driving. They had already passed the second subject and were practicing the third subject. Wang Shuai was sitting in the passenger seat.
Seeing Li Yuan driving steadily, he was very impressed. Brother Yuan, your driving skills are excellent. I think your driving skills are better than our coach's. Li Yuan raised his eyebrows. His learning ability has indeed improved significantly. I get nervous easily when I drive. If I see other vehicles passing by on the road, I'm afraid of hitting them, and the car may stall easily. Wang Shuai muttered softly. Li Yuan smiled and said, driving is very simple. Just be careful, steady, and calm. Once you get used to it, you will understand. Wang Shuai looked at Shuji, who was tapping away at the keys in the back seat, and said with envy, "Does he has a wife now and has forgotten about us brothers? He chats all the time." Shuji chuckled and said, "Xiao Shuai, I told you not to try hard to pursue her in high school. There are still many pretty girls in our class. Who can you blame if you don't seize the opportunity?" Wang Shuai pouted, "I am not as thick-skinned as you. You don't study hard and just think about dating. But even if Yuanzi and I were thinking about dating, it wouldn't interfere with our studies." Shuji patted Li Yuan on the shoulder and said jokingly, "Right, Yuanzi, if you and I encourage and coach each other, can we improve our grades?" Li Yuan did not refute when he heard this. What's more, during the 3 years of pursuing Bai Weishi in high school, he studied very hard and seriously in order to establish his self-esteem and better tutor Bai Weishi. Young and naive feelings can sometimes be a huge driving force. Seeing Li Yuan was silent, Shuji looked very proud. "Look, Yuanzi has admitted it. Xiaoshui, the reason why you didn't get into a top university is because you didn't have a relationship in high school." Wang Shuai glanced at Li Yuan, Yangjin, and Shuji, and thought about it carefully. It seemed that the three of them were really in love in high school, and their college entrance examination scores were better than his. Could it be that dating in high school really helps with studying? Then I must have a good relationship in college. My girlfriend should be a gentle, beautiful, kind, and gentle senior. We can study together, learn together, and take walks together. Wow, it's so beautiful just thinking about it. Li Yuan couldn't help laughing. He didn't want to break Wang Shuai's fantasy. It was indeed easy to fall in love in college, but it was not easy to pursue a beautiful senior schoolmate with so many labels. Suddenly, inside the car, a cell phone rang. "I hope you are my exclusive memory. Keep it in my heart, no matter how bad others say it. What I have now is that you are the half of my love." It is Jordan Chen's exclusive memory. It was an unfamiliar local number. There was no anti-fraud system at that time, so Li Yuan parked the car on the side of the road and answered the call directly. "Hello, who are you?" "Hello, Mr. Li, I am Wang Yu from Chengshan Real Estate." A voice came from the other end of the phone. Another house salesman over the phone. Li Yuan muttered and was about to hang up. Suddenly he remembered that he had visited this agency to look at houses more than a month ago. At that time, he wanted to grab a demolished house at a bargain price. Over a month had passed and he was busy filling out applications, practicing driving, typing, and stock trading every day, and had long forgotten about this. Before Li Yuan could speak, a voice came from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Li, last time you said you wanted to buy a house and we have already negotiated the price. Do you have time? Come to the store to discuss it in detail." Li Yuan said calmly, "Has the deal been concluded? How much are they asking for now?" At this time, the real estate transaction volume in the county town was very low. Wang Yu would strive for every customer, even if she might get nothing. Her attitude was very serious. "Mr. Li, the owner of a house in Baliang is willing to lower the price to 300,000 and the owner of Liuluan is willing to lower the price to 250,000. After Wang Yu finished speaking, fearing that Li Yuan still thought it was too high, she quickly explained, "Mr. Li, I'm not sure if you have a strong desire to buy it, so I need to confirm with you. If you really want it, I can still negotiate a little lower." Li Yuan's thoughts turned. After he entered the system in his previous life, he had read the relevant files and materials on the development of the South City New District. If Baliang's 3-room, 3-story house did not require resettlement housing but only money, the compensation amount could reach nearly 2 million yuan, which was already a sky-high price at that time. If he buys it now and waits for the house to be demolished around the Spring Festival, he can make 6 or 7 times the money in more than half a year, which makes him very excited. After thinking it over, Li Yuan said, "I do want the house, but 300,000 is still a bit expensive. I'll go there this afternoon and discuss the price." Wang Yu was pleasantly surprised and her tone was somewhat relaxed. "Then I will wait for your visit this afternoon." After hanging up the phone, Li Yuan suddenly found that the atmosphere in the car was a little weird. Wang Shuai, Xu Ji, and Yang Jin all looked at him in dull and shocked eyes. Why do you look like that? Is there something on my face? Wang Shuai stammered, Brother Yuan, you want to buy a house? Also, what kind of business are you running? Why do you keep talking about hundreds of thousands? Chapter 19, Admission Letter, Shocked Class. Not only was General Wang curious, Xu Ji and Yang Jin also wanted to know how Li Yuan had so much money. In 2008, their family was considered well off, but even so, each person only had 3,000 or 4,000 yuan in pocket money at most. But Li Yuan just gave away a pair of shoes worth 5,000 or 6,000 yuan. I sent cigarettes to the driving school. Each pack of Yunnan cigarettes cost over 200 yuan, and I sent 2 packs at once. The clothes I usually wear are all world-famous brands like Nike, Adidas, and Puma, and they cost several $1,000s each. Now the deal is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. How can these high school students who have not yet entered university not be shocked? You know, for most of today's high school students, the monthly living expenses do not exceed 500 yuan. Xu Ji suddenly came up and asked in a cheesy way, Brother Yuan, my dear brother is here, what kind of business are you doing? Can you take me with you? Li Yuan shuddered and felt his scalp tingling. This delicate voice sounded a bit like a pseudo-girl. It's really inconvenient to disclose the business I do. You will know it later. Although Xu Ji was a little disappointed, he still said with a smile, Brother Yuan, we brothers will follow you from now on. You must help us get rich. Li Yuan suddenly had an idea. Xu Ji, Wang Shuai, and Yang Jin were all his good friends in past and present lives. It would be nice if they could help them. As for doing business and investing in stocks, he himself has no experience and the waters are too deep. Naturally, he will not pretend to be smart and give guidance. It would be terrible if he ended up making things worse. Besides, Xu Ji, Wang Shuai and the other 2 are not necessarily cut out for business, as doing business also requires talent. So, if you don't want to become rich in the future, but just want to live comfortably, investing in real estate is undoubtedly the safest and most stable way. Their family conditions are all pretty good. If they grit their teeth, their families can still support them in paying a down payment in Shanghai or Beijing. Xiao Shuai, Dazhi, you 2 will also go to school in Shanghai. If you believe in me, try to convince your parents to buy you a house in Shanghai, even if it's just for the down payment. Then you won't have to worry about your life. Wang Shuai looked at Li Yuan in surprise. This was the second time Li Yuan had persuaded him to buy a house in Shanghai. Is it possible that the prices of houses in Shanghai will really skyrocket in the future? The price is already sky high at more than 10,000 yuan per square meter, how much higher can it go? Brother Yuan, even if the housing prices in Shanghai really go up in the future, we can't convince our parents. Wang Shuai spread his hands helplessly. Although they were already 18 years old and adults, they were still just children in the eyes of their parents. How could they possibly control the family's financial power? Li Yuan briefly proposed an idea. After you are admitted to a university in Shanghai, you must insist that you will settle down in Shanghai in the future and buy a house. Then it depends on your ability. If you can convince them, even if I only give you a few $100,000 for the down payment, you don't have to worry about the future. Xu Ji stared at Li Yuan curiously. Brother Yuan, how can you be sure that the housing prices in Shanghai will rise in the future? Li Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he calmly babbled, in half a month, the Imperial Capital Olympics will open. By then, the subprime mortgage crisis in the United States will gradually be overcome. Coupled with the 10-year World Expo in Shanghai, domestic industries will be replaced by new ones, industries will be upgraded, basic industries will be developed, and infrastructure construction will be promoted at a high speed. This will usher in a new wave of economic boom. The housing prices in the imperial capital, Shanghai, Jinling and other cities will inevitably soar. This period will not last long and will last for about 10 years at most. Xu Ji and the other 2 were fascinated by what they heard and admired Li Yuan's insight very much. Brother Yuan, as soon as the admission letter arrives, I will convince my parents to take out their savings and buy a house in Shanghai, even if I have to roll on the ground. Wang Shuai already believed it in his heart. Xu Ji asked curiously again, Brother Yuan, why don't you buy a house in Shanghai? Li Yuan replied, who said not to buy? I will buy it when school starts. In the afternoon, Li Yuan went to Chengshan Real Estate Agency to discuss issues such as the house deposit and handling fees. As a deposit, Li Yuan directly paid 10,000 yuan, which was 5,000 yuan for a house. After receiving the deposit, the real estate agent felt more confident in negotiating the price with the homeowner. Just 2 days later, Wang Yu called and said, "Mr. Li, we have already negotiated the lowest price. The lowest price for Bali Yang's apartment is 280,000 yuan, and the lowest price for Liu Li Wang's apartment is 250,000 yuan. They are all waiting to settle abroad. If you are willing, you can sign the contract now." Li Yuan thought about it and did not refuse. They agreed to go through the transfer procedures tomorrow. The next morning, Li Yuan immediately went to the internet cafe, logged into his securities trading account, and checked the market conditions of Salt Lake shares. More than a month has passed since he bought Salt Lake shares, and it is now mid-July. According to what the associate professor of the college in his previous life said, the rise of Salt Lake shares has ended. The purchase price was 4.1 yuan per share, and after more than a month of crazy growth, the price of a single share of Salt Lake Company Limited has reached 23.5 yuan, an increase of more than 450%, making it one of the few dark horses in the entire domestic stock market. Li Yuan did a simple calculation and found that his 6 million yuan investment had grown to more than 33 million yuan after more than a month. Even after deducting stamp duty and other taxes, he still had more than 32 million yuan in principal and interest. Although the price may continue to rise, there is no need to take the risk. Just sell it all. If someone treats it as a fat pig and harvests it, I will be in tears. Because the stock price had been rising sharply, Li Yuan easily sold all of his Salt Lake shares. There was also more than 32 million yuan in cash in his bank securities account. On the same day, Li Yuan went to Chengshan Real Estate Agency and signed a house sale agreement with the two landlords. The two houses, plus the transfer tax and other expenses, cost him exactly 550,000 yuan. Wang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the dust had settled. With this order completed, she would make quite a bit of money. As for Li Yuan's wealth, Wang Yu already regarded him as a rich second generation. His tone became more respectful. "Mr. Li, it will take a week to get the property certificate. I will notify you then." "Well, no problem, let's do this." Li Yuan went back directly with a pile of transfer documents. Not long after I arrived at the rental house, my cell phone rang. It was Wang Shui calling. "Xiao Shui, what's wrong?" Li Yuan asked. Wang Shui was still in shock at this time and asked anxiously, "Brother Yuan, you are really amazing. With 603 points, how dare you apply for Daxia University? The most important thing is that you were actually admitted to Daxia University and the admission letter has been delivered. Now, our class group has exploded. No, it has spread throughout the entire school. You are so fucking awesome, Brother Yuan. No, Godfather, I will follow your lead from now on." Wang Shui's rapid flow of words made Li Yuan sneer. He checked the admission results a few days ago, and as expected, he got into a 985 university in Shanghai and was not transferred. He was admitted to the computer science major at Daxia University. Li Yuan opened his mobile phone and saw a photo of the admission letter of Daxia University taken by the head teacher Lao Wang and the class group. It set off the class group and shocked all the students in class 22. Every year, there are students who make unexpected achievements which arouse the envy of countless classmates, but unexpectedly, this year the unexpected student happened right next to them, and it was Li Yuan. Fuck, am I seeing right? Li Yuan was admitted to the computer science major at Daxia University. Li Yuan is so lucky. With 603 points, he can go to a 985 university in Shanghai. It's really enviable. But I'm curious, why did Li Yuan dare to apply to Daxia University? His score is enough to go to an ordinary 211 university. Why did he take such a big risk? Take another look, who else from our class was admitted to Daxia University? Who else could it be? Let me see. Hey, Bai Weishi also applied to Daxia University. Damn, I understand. Li Yuan, really, I'm crying. Chapter 20 Green Tea cried, he did this all for me. After seeing this message, all the high school students in the class understood the whole story in an instant. The reason why Li Yuan, after getting a high score of 603, took the huge risk of being rejected and repeated his studies was to apply for a 985 university that one could not normally get into. There can only be one reason. That is, because of love. At this moment, all the classmates, both male and female, gave Li Yuan a thumbs up. Some despised him, some envied him, and some were moved. Li Yuan, he is so infatuated. If there is a boy who treats me like this, I will definitely agree to him. When Dong Yuqiu saw the news, she knew that she had no hope at all, and her words were full of bitterness. She also developed a feeling of disgust towards Bai Weishi. Why is Li Yuan so infatuated with you? Just because you are beautiful, are his deskmate, have the best grades in the class, and have a gentle and kind personality. Humph, boys are all pigs who only care about appearance. Li Yuan is also a fool. Bai Weishi has rejected you, but you are still pestering her. These words are what is in her heart. Ah, I'm really a little envious of Bai Weishi. Wang Yuchen was also in the group. After seeing the university Li Yuan applied to, she immediately called Bai Weishi. It took several calls before the call got through. Yuchen, what's wrong? I'm practicing the piano. Xiao Bai, there is some shocking news, do you want to know? Oh, what big news could it be? Did you win the lottery? Bai Weishi has been in a good mood these days. After seeing through Li Yuan's disguise, she has become confident that Li Yuan is deliberately playing hard to get and pretending to be indifferent and keeping a distance. As long as I give him a little bit of sweetness, Li Yuan will definitely come back to serve me happily. Wang Yuchen also said in a teasing tone, Xiao Bai, do you know who is the most infatuated in our class? The image of Li Yuan flashed through Bai Weishi's mind, but he said he didn't know. Although Li Yuan treats her well and is very infatuated with her, he is not the most infatuated in the class. There is a couple in the class who have been courting each other since junior high school and have always been classmates. There was a boy who wanted to go to the same university as a girl in order to fulfill his previous promise. He took the huge score gap and the risk of being rejected and having to repeat a year to apply for the same university as the girl. Do you think he is the most infatuated? Wang Yuchen's tone was also full of envy. The college entrance examination is so important that it can be said to be the most important choice in life. And Li Yuan, in order to pursue Bai Weishi, actually treated filling out the college entrance examination application form as a joke. To put it nicely, it's called infatuation. To put it bluntly, isn't this just being a fool? That is a 40-point difference, the gap between an ordinary 211 university and a 985 university. If I fail, a year will be wasted. This requires tremendous courage. Bai Weishi was also shocked after hearing this, but she didn't think of Li Yuan at first. Because this is simply impossible. Li Yuan only scored 603 points, 41 points higher than the first-tier line. It was impossible for him to apply to a 985 university. Yuchen, who are you talking about? He's a little silly. Even if we are not in the same university, it's fine as long as we are in the same city. Xiao Bai, if I say that the fool is Li Yuan, would you believe it? Bai Weishi was shocked when she heard her bestie's answer, is it really Li Yuan? That's impossible, he wouldn't be that stupid. I don't believe it either, but it really is him. Wang Yuchen's tone was full of sighs. This man is really tough. He says vicious words, like he never wants to have any contact with Bai Weishi again, blah blah blah, but his actual actions are completely different. This caused her perception of Li Yuan to reverse 180 degrees. Li Jianan, no, it should be Li Kainan. After confirming that it was Li Yuan, Bai Weishi felt happy but also a little panicked. She had applied to a 985 university in Shanghai, and with Li Yuan's grades, there was no way he could be admitted to a 985 university. Yuchen, are you saying that Li Yuan really applied for Daxia University? How could he be so stupid? He will be rejected and will have to repeat another year. As long as they are in the Magic City, it will be fine. Wang Yuchen said enviously, but Li Yuan has also been admitted to Daxia University, so you can be in the same school again. Really? Bai Weishi was excited. Of course it's true. Li Yuan is lucky. As luck would have it, his admission letter has been posted in the class group by his teacher, and it's being hotly discussed right now. You can tell by looking at the group messages. Well, let me take a look. Bai Weishi quickly hung up the phone and opened the class group with anticipation and nervousness. When she saw the admission letter sent by her head teacher, Lao Wang, she believed it completely and her heart was filled with sweetness. On her snow-white face, she was filled with smiles and she murmured to herself. He did this all for me. What a fool he really is. Fortunately, the result was good. On the other side, Li Yuan, who was in the internet cafe, received one call after another from his classmates, who came to congratulate and tease him. After hanging up the phone, Li Yuan was speechless. Even if he explained the truth, no one would believe him. Now, my classmates will think that I applied to Daxia University just to pursue Bai Weishi. You can't wash yourself clean even if you jump into the Yellow River. But I really didn't do it for her. It was the only 985 university in Shanghai that I was sure I could get. Who cares?
I love whoever I want. I can't be so stupid. In order not to go to the same university as Bai Weishi, I have the opportunity to go to a 985 university instead of going to an ordinary 211 university. Li Yuan shifted his attention away from the class group, where the discussion was still heated. Because he got admitted to a 985 university by chance, his name became known all over the campus and he became the most affectionate person in number 1 middle school. I'll keep writing. I'll get paid in a week. In the first month after it went live, the average price has risen to over 50,000. I don't know how much I'll get. I hope it'll be a big surprise. In the staff quarters of number 1 middle school, Luo Jingwei has been feeling very upset recently because he failed the college entrance examination. In order to pursue Bai Weishi, after finding out which university Bai Weishi had applied to, he hid it from his family and directly applied to the 985 Daxia University with a score of 580. As expected, he was not selected and had to enter a repeat class, where he studied day and night for another year. While having lunch at noon, he opened the QQ group on his mobile phone and received a message that made him so angry that his body started shaking. Fuck, there's a lucky guy in class 22 next door who was admitted to Daxia University with a score of 603. He's so damn lucky. Hee, there's even more exciting news. I heard that the person who was admitted is called Li Yuan. He went all out to apply for Daxia University just to pursue the campus beauty Bai Weishi. I'm so envious. Damn, I know this guy Li Yuan. He is Bai Weishi's deskmate and also Bai Weishi's bootlicker. After the college entrance examination, Li Yuan confessed his love to the school beauty but was rejected. I didn't expect that he still didn't give up and actually had the courage to apply for Daxia University. There's a saying, lick the dog, lick to the end, you get everything you want. Li Yuan and school beauty Bai were admitted to the same university and they were classmates in high school. In a foreign land, there is a high probability that they will eventually become a couple. Indeed, I'm also very envious. This guy Li Yuan is not only infatuated, but also really damn lucky. He can encounter such a good thing that falls from the sky. No one else can do that. Li Yuan's family is well off. I heard that his family is in business. The shoes he gave to his friends were all Nike shoes worth 7 or 8,000 yuan. Comparison is the thief of anger. Why is Li Yuan so lucky that he gets all the good things? It's just because I'm a second-generation rich man. That's my fate. Chapter 21. The dog is crying, the scumbag is growing. Luo Jingwei's mentality really exploded. He never expected that the lucky person who got the chance was actually his love rival Li Yuan. It turned out to be that bastard Li Yuan. If he hadn't applied to Daxia University, I might have been the lucky one to get into a 985 university. Damn it. I really want to beat him to death. Fuck his legs, I'm so pissed off. I got 580 points, not much worse than him. If I hadn't done so badly in math this time, it would have been easy for me to get 600 plus. My 985 university, Li Yuan, you are really my nemesis, I will never let you go. Luo Jingwei roared hysterically because he had applied to the 985 Daxia University. Li Yuan was admitted to Daxia University. He failed to be accepted and can only come back for another year. He clearly had the opportunity to get a chance to join a 985 university. If I were to use one sentence to describe how he felt at the moment, it would be like being force-fed a bowl of poop. After being angry, Luo Jingwei felt helpless again. The relationship between Goddess Bai Weishi and Li Yuan was already unclear and ambiguous. Now they were attending the same university, so his chances were even smaller. No, I have to study hard again. I did poorly in the exam this year. It's not my level to begin with. I have to get into Daxia University next year. Li Yuan, I won't let you succeed. Bai Weishi will definitely be mine. That night, Luo Jingwei's bed sheets got wet again and again. In the internet cafe, Li Yuan received a QQ message from Bai Weishi. This was the first time Bai Weishi sent him a message after the class meeting. Li Yuan, thank you for doing that for me. I am really touched. Also, I look forward to the moment when we meet in the same university. SHYJPG. After seeing the content of the message, Li Yuan realized that Bai Weishi had indeed misunderstood him. Just reply directly, don't be so self-indulgent. I'm not doing this for you. Soon, Bai Weishi replied again, brother, you finally replied to my message, I'm happy JPG. Brother, when the time comes, can we take a bus to the Magic City to go to college together?
Hee, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Brother, I know you are the best to me. Li Yuan was speechless and didn't know what to say. This woman just liked to be sentimental. The nicer you are to her, the more arrogant she becomes. If you are so distant to her and don't take her seriously at all, she will become a little more interested in you and will actively look for you. How does the sentence go? Those who are favored are always fearless, just like the ancestor of scumbags said, you can't be nice to women, women are to be attracted, not licked. Does this count as a lucky coincidence? When I get to college, maybe I can control her. Who doesn't know how to play hard to get and be hot and cold? After making his first fortune through sports lottery and stocks, he now has assets of nearly 31 million, making him a true first-generation rich man. In this life, even if he puts his money in the bank to earn interest, he will never have to worry about food and drink. Money is a man's courage. With money in his hands, Li Yuan no longer cared so much about so-called beauties. Although Bai Weishi is very beautiful, a top school beauty, there are not too many beautiful girls in Shanghai. It brings together some of the most beautiful young women in the country. As long as you have money and a house, you don't need to be good-looking. Those beautiful girls will rush towards you regardless of everything, like moths to a flame. And now, he has all three. After stopping licking Bai Weishi and removing the filter of Bai Yuan in his heart, Li Yuan suddenly felt that this was the best way. Do whatever you want, say whatever you want, there is no need to be as cautious as before. Every day I think about making her happy. If you want to pay attention to her, just reply to her. If you don't want to pay attention to her, just turn on the do not disturb mode and pretend she doesn't exist. This is so cool, love whoever you want. I'm not a jerk or a bootlicker. After finally being blessed by God with a new life, he decided in his heart that he would be more reckless in the future. You have to fall in love, but it is impossible to be loyal to one person. A man will only be truly moved once in his life. Once you miss him, you can never go back. He will own a large forest. Too lazy to reply Bai Weishi's message, Li Yuan took a break and looked at the stock market again. It is now the end of July 2008, the Beijing Olympics is about to begin, and the domestic stock market, which has been weak, is beginning to gradually recover. As for stocks, he only knew that the share prices of Tsunami and Moutai were very low at that time. Because of the economic crisis, they were at their lowest point in history, which was a good time to buy at a low point. After the Beijing Olympics is over, the stock market will see a rebound, especially Moutai stock. Although there will be ups and downs in the middle, it will continue to soar in the future. Li Yuan took a look and found that the current share price of Moutai was just 44.8 yuan per share. If he remembered correctly, before his rebirth, the share price of Moutai had risen to a high of more than 2,000 yuan, with a market value of more than 2 trillion yuan. If he invested 10 million into the stock market, even if he did nothing, after more than 10 years, it would become more than 500 million. Li Yuan calculated that he had a total of more than 31 million in cash. After deducting the 550,000 for purchasing 2 houses, he still had exactly 31 million left. After thinking it over carefully, he decided to buy a house and a car and start a business after going to school in Shanghai. But there is still more than a month before school starts. Investing money in the stock market, regardless of how much you can earn, is definitely better than depositing it in a bank. Moutai's plate is much larger than that of Salt Lake shares. Li Yuan did not invest all his funds into it. He just invested 10 million to test the waters and see the effect. If it falls, take the long view. If you make a profit, withdraw it and buy a house. In recent years, investing in real estate has been an opportunity for the fastest appreciation. If you don't buy a house this year, you will cry next year. The full payment becomes the down payment, and the down payment becomes the garage. In fact, what he said was absolutely correct at this stage. In his previous life, before he graduated from university, he experienced the period when the housing prices in Shanghai rose from 10,000 renminbi per square meter to 40,000 renminbi or 50,000 per square meter. After graduation, I wanted to settle down in Shanghai, but looking at the high housing prices, I couldn't even afford a toilet, let alone a down payment. There is no purchase restriction in Shanghai now, so it is very easy to buy a house. He plans to stock up a large number of houses and use them to support the real estate industry, which is much easier than starting a business. Of course, he still has to start a business. He didn't have the opportunity in his previous life, but he has to give it a try in this life. He wanted to see if it was really as Lei Jun said, that as long as you stand in the right place, even a pig can take off. Li Yuan, in a good mood, devoted himself to online creation and continued his writing career. Although he doesn't care about the income from writing online articles now, online articles are also a good career and can accumulate a lot of fans for him. Time flies, and soon it is August 3rd. After a month of being online, we can know his first month's royalties today. During the 31 days of July, Li Yuan updated about 20,000 words every day, and the average has reached about 60,000. For a month in a row, he has almost stabilized at the first place in the monthly ticket list and the best-selling list. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Li Yuan immediately logged into the writers area to check the royalties he had earned last month. It really has exceeded 100. This month's royalties have reached 1.6 million, which is much more than I expected. Not bad, not bad, it's worthy of my hard work. I can buy a house every month, which I couldn't even imagine in my previous life. Li Yuan was very satisfied. It was only 2008, and with this income, he was already at the top of the industry. It is difficult for executives of listed companies to earn this much in monthly salary. In mid-August, the Capital Olympics had ended and the university semester was getting closer. Xue Qin called and said, "Xiao Yuan, your father and I will be going back to our hometown tomorrow to hold a graduation banquet for you." Li Yuan asked nervously, "Mom, is it okay not to hold the graduation banquet?" He was actually quite disgusted with the custom of graduation banquet in his hometown. In my hometown in the countryside, if a child can get into college, it is a big deal. Usually, relatives and friends will be notified, a festive day will be set, and a good meal will be held with gongs and drums. Once the graduation banquet is held, many relatives will ask you all kinds of questions, praise you highly, and say how great you will be in the future, etc. However, Li Yuan understood that the more glorious it was now, the more embarrassing it would be in the future. Chapter 22 Brother, don't go astray, or your parents will strip you of your. Sure enough, as soon as Li Yuan opened his mouth, Xue Qin's scolding came from the other end of the phone. "Xiao Yuan, you finally got into a prestigious university, how can we not hold a graduation party? Otherwise, relatives and friends will definitely criticize our family." Li Heng also spoke up, "Gangzi from your third uncle's family next door was admitted to a second-tier university last year. It was a grand ceremony. My family even paid 400 yuan for the gift. If you don't hold a graduation banquet, how are you going to get back the gifts we gave out over the years?" Xue Qin groaned, "Xiao Yuan, let's talk about this after your father and I go back. Although our family is poor, we are not so poor that we can't even afford a graduation party for our son. You don't need to ask about this. Just stay at home and take your driver's license test. Your father and I will take the train back tomorrow morning." After hanging up the phone, Li Yuan was speechless, but he couldn't persuade his parents, so he decided to confront them when they came back. The Northeast is really too cold. Although his parents can earn some money there, it is too hard. He was powerless to help in his previous life. Now that you have become a multimillionaire in this life, if you continue to make your parents suffer, aren't you a beast? Li Yuan had already made up his mind that when his parents came back, he would explain the situation to them. Showing them his income would be more persuasive than any words. If he had made money from sports lottery and stocks before, he would have been embarrassed to take it out, but he could take out the money he made from writing novels with his own ability openly. On August 12, Yuanjin Chinese website had transferred all the first month's royalties for Battle of the Stars to his newly applied ICBC card. He doesn't trust banks very much, so he naturally won't put all his money in one basket. He plans to deposit some money in the 4 major banks. He also doesn't plan to keep too much cash, as that would be of little use. It would be better to exchange it for fixed assets that will appreciate steadily. After the graduation banquet is held and I get my driver's license, I can consider going to the Magic City in advance. Anyway, I don't have much to do in my hometown. Oh, by the way, I have to go back to my hometown tomorrow, so I can't go to the internet cafe to write every day. I need to buy a laptop first. No matter what, I can't delay my great cause of writing." Li Yuan searched the internet and found that current laptop computers are already very mature. Although not as good as those in later generations, they are enough to meet his needs for typing. After looking around, Li Yuan finally chose the Apple MacBook Air laptop. This notebook uses a 13.3-inch LED backlit display with a resolution of 1280 by 800. In terms of configuration, Apple MacBook Air uses a Core 2 Duo P7500 processor. It has 2 GB memory, 80 GB hard drive, 802.11 and wireless LAN module, Bluetooth module pre-installed Mac OS X version 10.5 Leopard system. The official website price is 12,880 yuan. Not to mention other things, the performance is sufficient just for typing. On the same day, Li Yuan went to a computer store in the county town, bought a ready-made computer and then equipped it with a wireless network card, and it was ready to use. After spending 100 yuan and calling a small truck, Li Yuan prepared to take all the items in the rental house home. Mainly books, clothes, shoes, etc. Although the value is not high, they cannot be thrown away directly. Looking at the rental house where he had lived for 3 years during high school, Li Yuan suddenly felt a little reluctant to leave. This represents his memories of his 3 years in high school. Although the results were not good, it was happy after all. In this era, bootlickers are not despised. People like him are called war men. When he returned home this time, Li Yuan did not tell anyone that he had completed the 3rd subject of the driver's license test and would get his license next week. He also received the property certificates for the 2 self-built houses he purchased. Relaxed and free from worries, Li Yuan returned to his hometown in a car. When his sister Li Zixia saw him, she hurried to greet him. "Brother, you're finally back. Humph, you're just being so carefree in the city and you don't care about me at all." Although Li Zixia is only 15 years old, her height has reached 1.65 meters. She has become a graceful young girl. Her face is inherited from her parents. She looks like she was carved from the same mold as him, with a fair, oval face that still looks a little immature. "Hey Zixia, come here quickly and help me move all the things down. I bought you some nice things." Li Yuan pinched her cheek and instructed her to start working. In their previous lives, the two had completely opposite personalities. He was the type of person with a very strong self-esteem and who cared a lot about his face. My younger sister, on the other hand, is very frugal and wears very simple clothes. In addition, my parents have a patriarchal mindset and they don't take as good care of her as they do of me. Li Zixia saw a pair of pink shoe boxes and asked in surprise, "Brother, this is a pair of girls' sports shoes. Did you buy them for me?" Li Yuan laughed and said, "If I didn't buy them for you, who else could they be for? I bought you several pairs. You can choose whether you like them or not. If you don't like them, go to the city and exchange them." "Brother, I like everything you buy." Li Zixia coquettishly hugged Li Yuan's arm and opened the shoe box with great anticipation. Inside was a pair of brand new pink sneakers. She asked in surprise, "Brother, these shoes are very beautiful. There is a big check mark on them. They are the same as the basketball shoes you wear." "Brother, what brand is this?" Li Zixia has been studying in his hometown and doesn't know much about brands like Nike, Adidas, and Puma. In the eyes of students in a small county in 2008, a pair of Nike basketball shoes worth thousands of dollars was a great luxury. Most students from ordinary families still wear ordinary shoes that cost 20 or 31 yuan a pair. Shoes such as Li Ning, Peak, and Xtep are considered famous brands. In his previous life, even in 2023, with Li Yuan's meager salary, the clothes and shoes he wore would cost at most 7 or 800 yuan, and clothes that cost thousands of yuan were rare. "Zixia, this logo is called a Nike, and this one with a string of letters is called Adidas. They are both world-famous sports brands. Try them on when you have time to see if they fit your feet." After hearing Li Yuan's explanation, Li Zixia was shocked and asked quickly, "Brother, these shoes should not be cheap, right? A pair should cost 2 or 300. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zixia realized that something was wrong because there were labels on these shoes. She took a look at the number and was shocked. Her voice was trembling and she felt that the shoes in her hands were very hot. "Brother, this pair of Nike shoes is priced at 699 yuan. It can't be that expensive, right? It's too scary. My monthly living expenses are only more than 300 yuan. Li Yuan didn't want to hide the fact from his sister. Sooner or later, he would let her know that he was the sister of a rich man. It would be better to let her get familiar with it in advance, so that she would not be laughed at by other students and have her self-esteem hurt when she transferred to Shanghai to study in a while. He patted the nervous little head and said with a proud smile, "Zixia, these shoes are on sale. You can get a 10% discount. Don't worry. This is all your brother's money. Just spend it with peace of mind." Li Zixia was so shocked that his little brain could hardly wrap itself around it. She counted and found that there were 6 pairs of shoes of various types and some casual clothes of the same brand. Wouldn't the total amount be several thousand? She had no idea that a brother, a college student who had just graduated from high school, could make so much money. Her little face became very serious as she reminded him, "Brother, where did you get so much money? We live in a society ruled by law now. You must not go astray.
Otherwise, if our parents find out, they will definitely rip you off. Chapter 23 Brother, from now on, you are my idol. Li Yuan gave her a big wall-dong and tapped her smooth forehead. I am a good citizen who abides by the law. I earned this money honestly. Li Zixia smiled and said, Brother, then tell me how you made this money. I am not a child anymore. Girls generally mature earlier, and children from poor families grow up early. Li Zixia has a relatively clear understanding of money. She can spend tens of thousands of dollars to buy brand-name shoes, clothes, etc., which is not an ordinary big deal. Li Yuan took out his newly bought laptop and asked with a smile, Zixia, do you know what this is? Brother, is this a laptop? One of my classmates seems to have one at home. Yes, I just bought it today. Li Yuan smiled faintly. Li Zixia's eyes lit up. Brother, you even bought a laptop. This must cost several thousand. Where did you get so much money? The laptop of the girl in our class seems to be from Lianshan. It can watch videos and play games. It costs 7 or 8,000 yuan. It's not expensive, just over 10,000, just a small amount of money. More than 10,000 yuan, is that a small amount of money? Brother, you are really rich. Is our family a hidden millionaire, or did you win 5 million yuan in the lottery? TSK, am I the kind of person who gets something for nothing? With my intelligence quotient that allowed me to get into a 985 university, it shouldn't be easy for me to make money. It's all based on my talent. Li Yuan smiled proudly. There is a golden house in the book, you know. I will explain it to you later. It feels pretty good to show off in front of my own sister. No wonder the ancients often said that if you don't return to your hometown when you are rich, it is like walking in fine clothes at night. This is just a sister who is ignorant of the world. If she drives a Mercedes-Benz and buys a house in Shanghai, her status and face in front of the men will rise rapidly. Just like Jingdong Liu, when he returns to his hometown, the grandeur, the scene and the majesty leave a special feeling in his heart. If I say I'm not envious, that would be a lie. Of course, he is far from reaching that level now, so he has to hide it appropriately. He still understands the principle of not showing off wealth. But this is not necessarily the case in the future. Unless he is willing to lie down, he will definitely have a certain reputation and social status in the future. By then, you will be accompanied by thousands of people, and you will return home in glory. Isn't that a joyful thing in the world? Li Zixia hugged Li Yuan's arm and acted like a spoiled brat. Brother, what are you doing? How do you make so much money? Tell me now. Come, let me show you. Li Yuan turned on his laptop, connected the wireless network card, opened the Origin Chinese website, and showed her Battle of the Stars, which ranked first on the best-selling list. Zixia, have you read this book? Battle of the Stars. Li Zixia exclaimed, Brother, I heard about this book from my classmates. It seems to be a fantasy novel. I heard it is very popular. There are several boys in our class who often discuss the plot. Li Yuan said calmly, I wrote it. Li Zixia was completely stunned. This novel that had become famous on the internet was actually written by his own brother. For a moment, she was a little dazed, feeling as if her fantasy had suddenly broken into reality. It was really incredible. Although she didn't understand online novels, when she saw that Battle of the Stars was ranked first on the best-selling novel list, she understood that this novel would definitely make money. So what my brother said was true. He really made a lot of money by writing online novels. Brother, how much money can you earn in a month? Li Zixia asked curiously. Li Yuan stretched out a finger. Li Zixia's eyes lit up, and he guessed nervously, Brother, 10,000. Li Yuan shook his head. Guess, a bold guess, a high guess. Brother, it won't be 100,000, right? Li Zixia's voice was trembling. Her monthly living expenses were only over 300 yuan. The 3-room, 2-story house with a yard that her family had just built last year cost only 80,000 or 90,000 yuan. What is the concept of 100,000 yuan? In this era, the total annual income of most families, before deducting expenses, is not even this much, and the salary of an ordinary working-class person is only about 1 or 2,000. Li Yuan just smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Don't worry, Zixia. I will protect you from now on. I will make sure you have delicious food and drinks. Mua, brother is the best. Li Zixia was so happy that he was flying. Brother, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make it for you. It is obvious that Li Yuan and Li Zixia both know how to cook, and their skills are equally good. However, since his rebirth, Li Yuan has been too lazy to cook. He took out 500 yuan bills from his wallet and handed them to Li Zixia in a cool manner, saying proudly, "Zixia, go to the street to buy some vegetables and show off your cooking skills. The rest is your hard work fee." Li Zixia took the 100 yuan bill, his eyes became crescent-shaped and 2 dimples were faintly visible. "Brother, what do you want to eat?" "Order." "Just watch and see." "Okay, then wait for me, I'll go to the street to buy some groceries." Li Zixia agreed readily. His home was very close to the town market, only about 700 or 800 meters away. It would only take a few minutes to get there by riding an electric scooter. Watching his sister leave, Li Yuan smacked his lips and laughed secretly. Does this count as using child labor? Money makes the world go round. A rich brother is the man of his sister's heart. Not long after, my sister Li Zixia came back and was busy preparing lunch, a dish of spicy diced chicken, braised pork, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and tomato and egg soup. Although it was simple, it had the warmth of home. "Zixia, your cooking is indeed much better than mine." "Hey, brother, I'll cook for you in the future, but you have to support me." "Okay, it's not easy to support you. Here's $1,000. Go out and buy whatever you want." Looking at the stack of red banknotes that Li Yuan took out, Li Zixia's eyes sparkled, and he looked like a money grubber. "Wow, brother, you are so good to me. I declare now that you will be my idol from now on." It was not until the evening of the next day that my parents returned home on a rural urban bus. Li Yuan quickly took the package and said, "Dad, Mom, you're back. Haven't you had dinner yet?" Li Zixia also came out of the kitchen. "Dad, Mom, I have cut the vegetables and am waiting for you to come back." Seeing this, Li Heng and Xiaoqin looked at each other, smiled, and both felt particularly motivated. This is what a family is. Although it is ordinary, it is very warm. During dinner, before Li Yuan opened his mouth, Li Zixia excitedly told Li Heng and Xiaoqin the news that Li Yuan had become an online writer and made a lot of money. "My brother is amazing. He can earn more than 100,000 yuan a month from the novel he wrote. My junior high school classmates are all reading it." Li Heng frowned and asked, "What kind of novel can make more than 100,000 yuan a month?" "Xiao Yuan, don't be fooled." Xiaoqin also found it unbelievable. Her son could earn money before he even went to college. It's just money, more than 100,000 a month. How is this possible? She and Li Heng together only earned about 40,000 to 50,000 yuan a year, which was considered good among the villagers and neighbors. "Xiao Yuan, what's going on? Tell us quickly." As a last resort, Li Yuan could only open his laptop and go to Yuanjin Chinese website. Of course, in front of his parents, he logged into the writer section and uploaded a chapter of Battle of the Stars. "Dad, this is my July royalties, 1.6 million after tax." Chapter 24, Smoke is coming out of the Li family's ancestral grave. The facts are before our eyes. Li Heng and Xiaoqin's hearts were pounding, their breathing became rapid, and their eyes widened as if they had seen the most shocking thing in the world. Li Zixia, who was standing by, was counting numbers carefully, 1, 2, 5 zeros, 7 digits. His tone became stammering, and his young face was full of disbelief. "Brother, this is 1.6 million. 1.6 million a month for my writing. Bro, I feel like I'm dreaming, this must be fake, right?" Li Yuan went up to her and snapped his fingers on her forehead. "Does it hurt?" Li Zixia answered stupidly, "It hurts." "Was that a dream?" "No." Li Zixia stared with eyes wide open, still in a trance. "Brother, how did you do it?" 1.6 million, I have never dreamed of so much money. Based on my monthly living expenses of 400 yuan, it would be enough for me to spend for 300 years. Li Heng and Xiaoqin were both trembling. He looked at the numbers displayed on the computer carefully, but still felt that it was very unreal. After confirming it again and again, he finally woke up from his confusion. Xiaoqin stared at the calm Li Yuan and murmured to herself, "Thank God, my son has finally made it." Then he looked at Li Heng and reminded him, "Old Li, there is smoke coming out of your family's ancestral grave. Take Xiao Yuan with you to pay respect to them." Li Heng nodded. What Xiaoqin said was right. The ancestral grave of his Li family might indeed be smoking. Otherwise, how could such an outstanding son be born? "Xiao Yuan, can writing online novels make so much money?" Li Heng asked curiously. "No, this is a special case." Li Yuan shook his head. He knew in his previous life how difficult it was to write a book. This line of work truly required talent. He can only be considered an ordinary writer with mediocre skills. If it weren't for the opportunity of rebirth, he would never have been able to achieve such results. Although this is the best era for online literature and various online literature systems and genres are developing wildly, it is not easy to get a piece of the pie. In essence, the plot of Dupo is still awesome with the story, setting, conflict, etc. My book is an unexpected event. I may not have such a good opportunity in the future. Li Heng and Xia Qin didn't quite understand either. They knew nothing about this industry. Xiao Yuan, what are you going to do with all this money? Do you want to put it in the bank and earn interest? You can get tens of thousands a year. Xia Qin was afraid that Li Yuan would spend the money recklessly, so she wanted to offer to keep it for him, but she was too embarrassed to ask. Mom, I have my own use for this money. Li Yuan interrupted directly. His parents were too conservative in their previous lives. Although they went out to explore the world very early, their lives were really average. Based on my parents' current annual income, if they knew how to invest and dared to take bold steps, they would have taken off long ago instead of doing business for more than 20 years without making any progress. This cannot be blamed entirely on them. It is only due to their personality and knowledge. They are the kind of people who seek stability, live from day to day, and worry about gains and losses. He also inherited this character in his previous life. Otherwise, if he was a little more shameless and a little more evil, he would have found a way to eat Bai Weishi up, and she would not have been able to raise a fish of dir. Unfortunately, he was too naive and regarded Bai Weishi as his inviolable white moonlight and goddess, and missed many good opportunities. I really pushed you down and completed a home run. Even if I was kept as a fish, it would not be a loss. It costs several thousand yuan to sponsor poor female college students. Even the Hengtai dance troupe can't compare to Bai Weishi's figure, talent, and appearance. Li Heng frowned slightly and signaled Xia Qin to calm down. Xiao Yuan, this money is earned by you. Your mother and I will not interfere with you, but you have to tell us how you plan to use the money. Li Yuan had already thought of an excuse. Dad, Mom, I was admitted to a university in Shanghai. I will definitely settle down there in the future. I plan to use this money to buy a house in Shanghai. In my opinion, after the Olympic Games in Beijing, the housing prices in Shanghai will continue to soar in the future. If I don't buy now, I may not be able to afford it in the future. Also, I suggest that you use your savings to buy a house in Shanghai. There are 4 of us in our family, so each of us can get a house. Zixia can also go directly to Shanghai to study. Li Zixia was listening with a smile on his face, and he hugged Li Yuan's arm and asked, Brother, do I have one too? Li Yuan pinched her chubby face and said, Of course I do. You are my only sister, and what's mine is yours. The teaching quality in Shanghai is very high, and it's 100 times easier to get into university there than in our hometown. After we buy a house in Shanghai, you can go to school with me. As a girl, Li Zixia naturally yearns to live in one of the top metropolises in the country. She has never left the county since she was a child. When Li Heng and Xia Qin heard this, they did not object. What Li Yuan said made sense. They had also heard about the high housing prices in Shanghai, and with their savings, they would never be able to afford a house in their lifetime. Now that my son has been admitted to university in Shanghai, he will most likely settle down there in the future. So it makes sense to buy a house there early. As for whether housing prices in Shanghai will drop in the future, that is not a problem they need to consider. Their son can earn so much money, so he must have better vision than them. Li Heng said sullenly, Xiao Yuan, if you want to buy a house in Shanghai, your mother and I have no objection. We still have more than 200,000 yuan in savings. We will withdraw it when we come back and use it to buy you a house in Shanghai. I heard that the housing prices in Shanghai are very high, tens of thousands per square meter. Li Yuan naturally knew how much money his parents had at the moment, and he did not refuse. $200,000 or $300,000 deposited in the bank would have no value, so it would be better to invest it. In my previous life, all this money was used to buy a wedding house in the county town. At that time, the price of wedding houses in the county town had skyrocketed to 8,000 or 9,000 yuan per square meter, which was not much lower than the current housing prices in Shanghai. It's a pity to think about it. Once you miss the opportunity, you will never have another chance to become a multimillionaire. Okay, then you guys take them out. I'm going to buy a few more sets in the Magic City. Just make your own decision. You're already grown up and don't need us to worry about you. The next morning, Li Heng and Xia Qin went to the Rural Credit Union on the street to withdraw all the money and deposited it into Li Yuan's bank card. They had unconditional trust in their beloved son Li Yuan. Xiao Yuan, you have made some money now, but you must remember the principle of not showing off your wealth. You are not afraid of thieves stealing, but you are afraid of thieves thinking about it.
You must keep it secret and don't tell anyone. Xia Qin began to teach again. Although she was not well educated, she was very familiar with the habits of her rural relatives and neighbors. I'm afraid that you're poor, and I dislike that you're rich. This phenomenon has existed since ancient times. Originally, we worked hard together to make money, and we were all poor together. Suddenly, you became rich. It would be strange if you didn't have any thoughts in your mind. People are selfish. Mom, I understand. We are the only family of 4 who know about this. Li Yuan understood that his parents meant well. Public security these days is not very good, so there shouldn't be too many petty thefts. Showing off your wealth rashly will not bring you a high status, but will only bring disaster. Why do those nouveau riches with little background, such as those who have been relocated, sometimes squander their huge wealth so quickly? Do you really think they are all extravagant and spend irrationally? No, it is very likely that you were set up by people you know and gradually lost everything you had. Xia Qin turned her gaze to the silly Li Zixia again and reminded him seriously. Zixia, you too, you should be more careful in the future and keep your mouth shut. If I find out that you go out and talk nonsense, I will beat you up. Li Zixia shuddered and quickly replied, Mom, I am the most obedient person and I will definitely not say anything nonsense. Xia Qin nodded in satisfaction. We still have to hold the graduation banquet. After that, we will go to Shanghai to look at houses. It doesn't feel safe to keep so much money in a bank card. Chapter 25. My rank is no longer what it used to be. The graduation banquet in this life is somewhat different from that in the previous life. In his previous life, he attended an ordinary non-key university, which was not surprising. In this life, he was lucky enough to get into a 985 university, which is considered a prestigious university, and he received more congratulations and praises than in his previous life. Mao Nan, you should learn from your cousin and stop chasing idols all day. You'll be thankful if you can get into a key university in the future. Kai Kai, study more with your brother Yuan. Don't go to the internet cafe to play computer games all day. It's useless. What future can you have by playing computer games? You still need to study hard. If you don't understand a question, ask your cousin to help you. Look at Li Heng's kid. He's really successful. He got into a prestigious university. He will definitely be able to make a name for himself in the future. That Daxia University is in the Magic City, right? Yuanzi will be a big city person in the future. Li Heng and Xia Qin were very generous this time. They spent a lot of money. They bought 45 yuan a pack of cigarettes from Huazi and hundreds of yuan a bottle of Gujinggongzhou 5-year-old liquor. This table of dishes must have cost 400 or 500 yuan. If your child could get into a prestigious university, you would be willing to do the same. On this day, Li Yuan became the other people's child in the eyes of his relatives and neighbors. The smiles on Li Heng and Xia Qin's faces never disappeared from dawn to dusk. In the evening, in order to celebrate, they bought more than 2,000 yuan worth of fireworks and firecrackers, which filled the starry night sky. Brother, these fireworks are so beautiful. When I get into college, I want you to set them off for me, too. Li Zixia sat next to Li Yuan, holding up his pointed little chin, staring at the fireworks in the sky with a longing look in his eyes. Li Yuan patted her little head and said, when we get home for the new year, I'll let you have as much fun as you want. Hey, brother, you're the best. Li Zixia narrowed his eyes and hugged Li Yuan's arm. Brother, you're going to the Magic City in a few days, so when can I go to the Magic City to study? Ever since Li Yuan told her that he would transfer her to Shanghai to study, she had kept it in mind and wondered every day when she could go to Shanghai to study. Girls, especially adolescent girls, always have many yearnings for big cities. In big cities, you can watch concerts, go to the zoo, visit the oceanarium. These are things that are hard to enjoy in a small county. Wait until I buy a house in Shanghai and then you can go to school there. Li Yuan also decided in his heart that he should buy a house as soon as possible. The Olympic Games in the capital city have ended and housing prices may rise sharply at any time. The sooner you buy, the more at ease you will feel. Brother, when are you going? I want to go too. Li Zixia's bright eyes were full of anticipation. The day after tomorrow, after we get our driver's license, we'll go together as a family of 4. After Li Yuan finished speaking, he felt more and more that it was necessary to buy a car. 2 days later, the driving school instructor informed Li Yuan that the driver's license had been issued and asked him to go to the county vehicle management office to pick it up. Early in the morning, Li Yuan took the urban rural bus and arrived at the number 1 middle school bus station in the county town. Shuji, Yangjin and Wang Shui also arrived early. Brother Yuan, I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you so much. Wang Shui came up and hugged Li Yuan, speaking in a cheesy way. Li Yuan shuddered. Go away, what do you, a stinky man, want to do with me? Shuji smiled evilly. From what Brother Yuan said, if there is a big beautiful woman with a nice scent, then I can think of you. Li Yuan raised his eyebrows and curled his lips. Don't talk nonsense, who doesn't like beautiful women? It has been more than 2 months since he was reborn. To be honest, when it was late at night and everyone was asleep, he was already feeling hungry and thirsty. It's really hard for his 5th daughter. She really wants to go and sponsor some poor college students. But this is the first time in my life I can't be so casual. Right, handsome. Do you like beautiful women? Wang Shui nodded in agreement. A gentleman seeks a beautiful lady. We are learning from the ancient sages. Li Yuan curled his lips and said, TSK, Xiaoshui, you have surpassed your teacher. Even the ancient philosophers and sages who knew your deeds would admit that you are better than me. Xu Shui asked curiously, Brother Yuan, tell me quickly, what did Xiaoshui do? We need to ask Xiaoshui, who is the one who hides on the balcony with a telescope every day after class to spy on the pretty girls in school. Not only that, he also made a ranking list for the pretty girls in each class in the school and gave them scores based on their figure, grades, looks, and dressing style. Wang Shui was startled and quickly jumped in front of Li Yuan and covered his mouth. Damn it, Brother Yuan, my dear brother is here, can you shut up? Li Yuan laughed and said, you dare to do it, kid. You are the only one who can think of using a telescope to spy on girls in school. Wang Shui stared at Li Yuan with an embarrassed look on his face. Brother Yuan, no, for the love of my godfather, please stop talking. Shuji and Yangjin probably understood what he said, and they became more alert. Xiaoshui, are you a brother? Come on and tell the truth. Xiaoshui, are your brother Yang treat you well, right? Can I learn from that ranking list? Wang Shui was held on the left and right by Shuji and Yangjin. He was almost crying because of grievance. He looked at Li Yuan with resentment. That is my private secret collection. Brothers, you can't just take it for nothing. Damn it, you little brat, you actually want to charge me, you're asking for a fight. Brothers, beat him up. Tell me quickly, who is number 1? Wang Shui covered his face and said, stop hitting me. Damn it, Shu Dazi. I surrender to you, you idiot. You have ruined my handsome face. When we get to college, you must compensate me with a beautiful senior. Senior sister, you are like this, can you control the senior sister if I introduce her to you? Shuji sneered. Oh, who are you looking down on? I can break through tight defense with the ball in one hand and I can handle any big enemy. Wang Shui smiled frivolously. Shuji said with disdain, son of a bitch, can't your pig brain think of something positive? Get lost, you already have a younger sister named Yuchen. A full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man. Shuji was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Shui. He looked at Li Yuan, who was standing aside with his arms crossed and watching the joke, and smiled mysteriously. Brother Yuan, there really is a beautiful woman who is thinking about you. Do you want to know who she is? Li Yuan said nonsense casually, really. Introduce her to me quickly and let me save her soul and have a long talk with her about the joyful Zen Sutra late at night. TSK, I don't know you yet. All you have left is this mouth. If I really give you a chance, you will run faster than a donkey. Shuji curled his lips. How could he not understand Li Yuan? He is a completely innocent boy, a guy who has the intention but not the courage to do something evil. I had such a good opportunity during my 3 years of high school, but I couldn't win the heart of my deskmate who I sat on for more than a year. After I confessed my love to him after the college entrance examination, he was rejected. It's really laughable. Li Yuan was speechless. When a man has been away for 3 days, he should be treated with new eyes. It has been so many days. My current rank has already soared to the sky. Shuji was skeptical and showed him the text message. Brother Yuan, your level is really high. Our school beauties are all completely submissive to you. To be honest, I have my doubts. After the college entrance examination, could it be that the school beauty confessed to you and you rejected her? Li Yuan looked at a text message in Shuji's hand. It was sent by Weishi. The content was as follows. Hello Shuji, can you tell me when Li Yuan will go to the Magic City? Thank you, smiley face JPG. Chapter 26, Green Tea, the curve to save the country, heading to the Magic City. Li Yuan was also a little puzzled. He was ready to ignore Weishi, but why did she become a little more flattering instead?
This is not the self-cultivation of a high-level green tea girl. Has Bai Weishi not started to become a green tea girl at this stage? University is a big melting pot, especially the universities in Shanghai. The bright lights, debauchery and information bombardment of a big city may lead a good girl astray. Is Bai Weishi really interested in me? As soon as this thought came into his mind, Li Yuan quickly drove it out, cursing in his heart that he was a fool for being in love. This is all an illusion. Bai Weishi deliberately pretended to be so. Li Yuan, don't be fooled again. Never forget your original intention. In this life, you should be wanton and unrestrained, no matter how great the flood is. Li Yuan regained his composure, returned Shuji's phone to him disapprovingly, and said calmly, "So, what does this have to do with me?" Looking at Li Yuan's calm face, Shuji wanted to punch him and press him to the ground. Let you pretend, let you pretend. You just want to show off in front of your brothers, right? Shuji gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Brother Yuan, you are awesome. Now, for you, the school beauty Bai has started to take a roundabout way to save the country and found me. Compared to you, we are just fools who know nothing. Your level is too high." Li Yuan smiled calmly and shook his head. "This is the beautiful lady you mentioned. How boring. I thought I could start a sweet love again." Wang Shuai's eyes widened. "Brother Yuan, that's Bai Weishi, the school beauty of our #1 middle school, the goddess in many people's hearts, and Nan Bowen who ranks first on my beauty rankings. You really deserve a beating with that slutty expression. Ajin, Xiao Shuai, don't you agree?" After reading the information in Shuji's hands, Yang Jin also felt that Li Yuan deserved a beating. "Brother Yuan, are you really planning to break up with school beauty Bai?" Shuji curled his lips, looking as if he had seen through everything. "Ajin, how could you not understand him? Bai Weishi is Brother Yuan's true love, how could he be willing to break up with her? Brother Yuan even took the risk of being rejected and repeated his studies for her and applied to Daxia University. I understand. This is Brother Yuan's strategy of playing hard to get. Does this mean that in order to pursue a girl, you have to be hot and cold and be close yet distant in order to win her over?" Wang Shuai snorted and said, "Haha, don't pay attention to him. Brother Yuan is a guy who says one thing and means another. I can bet that when he goes to college, Brother Yuan will definitely be busy serving others again. Get lost, Bai Weishi is not my type." Li Yuan stretched out his hand to hail a taxi. "If you are a man, you should like big ones." "Like big ones?" Wang Shuai's eyes lit up, and he chuckled, "Brother Yuan, great minds think alike. I also like older guys. Get lost. You've seen too many cows. I like the big ones in physics. Do you understand the big ones in physics, you idiot?" Li Yuan gestured with his hands as if he was catching a balloon, cursed with a smile, and got into the taxi. "But it seems that the school beauty Bai is not small either. Get lost, you haven't tried it, how do you know?" "Ah. Brother Yuan, have you ever tried it? The vehicle management office is located in the northwest corner of the county, very close to Chunlei driving school." Li Yuan and his 3 companions went to the service hall together, showed their ID cards, paid 20 yuan each, and got the first certificate in their lives. With this certificate, you can drive with a license. Otherwise, driving without a license all the time is very risky. The first license in my life, all I need is a car. Wang Shuai held up his driver's license, facing the sun, and was quite excited. "My ID photo looks so handsome. I am so handsome that I am crying. I don't know if I will get the chance to be with that girl in the future." Li Yuan went up and kicked him. "Don't be so disgusting, don't let Miss Shampoo Fang take advantage of you in the end." Wang Shuai's eyes turned and he grinned. "Hey, guys, let's make a bet to see who finds a new partner in college." Xu Jigang wanted to say that he already had a partner, but suddenly realized that Wang Shuai was talking about new partner. He immediately glared at Wang Shuai with ill intentions. "Xiao Shuai, you don't have a partner yourself, so don't try to persuade us to break up." Wang Shuai curled his lips. Shuji now always had a stench of love on him. "Dazzy, do you know why humans have 2 legs?" "Nonsense, 2 feet are of course used for walking, can you walk with 1 foot?" Wang Shuai patted Shuji's arm and reminded him meaningfully. "So, Dazzy, everyone needs 2 feet to walk, how can you only have 1 girlfriend? Am I right, Brother Yuan?" Li Yuan really thought highly of General Wang. At such a young age, he could speak such profound truths, which really touched his heart. Bai Weishi can raise fish in a pond. I'm tall, rich and handsome, and now that I have a marriage certificate, it's okay for me to have a few backups just in case, right? A car has 4 tires, so it must have 4 spare tires, right? In case the spare tire gets a flat one day, you can just replace it with a spare tire and continue driving. You can't just let your newly obtained driver's license sit idle, right? The four of them had a lot of fun and had lunch at a food stall, which was treated by Wang Shuai. Shuji was inspired to say, "There is only half a month left before school starts. I am really looking forward to what college life will be like." Li Yuan added, "College students, life is pretty good." Shuji's eyes widened and he understood what he meant. "Fuck, brother Yuan, I feel like you're driving." Wang Shuai curled his lips. "What do you mean by driving?" "Every word my brother Yuan said is like driving a car, okay? But I'm curious, brother Yuan, how do you know that college students have a good life? Have you ever tried it?" Yang Jin interjected, "Brother Yuan is a skilled driver who keeps his skills hidden. You guys didn't just discover it, did you? Perhaps, brother Yuan's bird of youth has long gone and will never come back." Li Yuan smiled indifferently, picked up a piece of black fungus with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. It is crunchy, has no fishy taste, and is very authentic. After saying goodbye to his brothers, Li Yuan took his driver's license and drove back to his hometown. After getting everything ready, Li Yuan took his laptop, driver's license, admission letter, ID card, etc., and the family of four took a bus directly to Shanghai. At that time, there was no high-speed rail to Shanghai from the surrounding cities and counties, so taking a bus was a more convenient option. However, the journey took a while, with stops along the way. It took nearly 10 hours to reach Shanghai. Arriving in Shanghai from a small county town is like entering another world. At this time, the Magic City had already become an international metropolis and it was not on par with the imperial city in China. Skyscrapers rose from the ground and colorful neon lights illuminated the starry sky. "Brother, is this the Magic City? The buildings are so tall and beautiful, the air is so fresh, and there's a sense of freedom." Li Zixia took a deep breath of the air of the Magic City with an expression of intoxication. After hearing this, Li Yuan glared at her and gave her a wall bang. "What does freedom smell like?" "It smells like money. Do you know what those skyscrapers represent?" Li Zixia looked at Li Yuan aggrievedly. "What does it represent?" "That's countless wealth." Li Heng frowned and scolded, "Xiao Yuan, stop talking about money all the time. You are still young, you should have your own dreams and not worship money." Xue Qin wanted to refute, but in the end she didn't say a word. Li Heng was right. Li Yuan had become a little materialistic recently and regarded money as more important than anything else. This was not the way a young man who had just graduated from high school and was about to enter college should think. Li Yuan was embarrassed and did not refute. Although he was reborn, how could his thoughts and ideas change? In his previous life, he had suffered enough from being penniless. This big city full of decadence and extravagance is called the Magic City. That's because this city has a magical power that is subtly changing the minds of tens of millions of people living in this city. Become a demon in pursuit of wealth. Chapter 27. Do I disgust you so much? Li Yuan was very familiar with Modu. The family of four took a taxi to the neighborhood near Daxia University. In his previous life, he came here often to find Bai Weishi. A family of four checked into an ordinary hotel. The hotel prices were already very expensive at that time, with a double room costing 298 yuan a night. We had a simple dinner downstairs. After traveling for most of the day, everyone was quite tired. "Dad, Mom, Zixia, let's take a night off and go look at the house early tomorrow morning." "Xiao Yuan, the prices here are really expensive. The cheapest double room costs 300 yuan. Xue Qinqin was used to being frugal at home. Now that she suddenly had money, she was reluctant to spend it. Li Yuan was helpless. "Mom, this is the center of Magic City, this is already cheap." Li Heng and Xue Qin looked around the hotel room and seemed very uncomfortable. After arriving in the big city, they felt like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Garden and their whole bodies showed restraint. However, because Li Zixia was still young, he had a very excited expression. "Brother, the night view of the Magic City is so beautiful." "Well, big cities always have bright lights, wine and women, and extravagance to attract people. You will get used to it in the future." Li Yuan and Li live in a double room. After washing up, he turns on his laptop, logs into the author area and QQ and starts typing. After looking at the background data, I found that nearly 2 months after the new book was put on the shelves, the average subscription has soared to more than 61,000. In just 20 days, the number of new subscriptions has reached the level of July. This month's royalties are even more than last month. When he opened the QQ group of Battle of the Stars, there were many unread messages and many people tagged him. The internet at that time was still relatively casual, with people talking about everything from east to west, history, military, politics, entertainment, etc., which made Li Yuan shudder. He was afraid that one day this group would disappear. It's okay if it's a little bitter, but it will be troublesome if it involves taxation. We can't let them brag recklessly. If anything goes wrong, disbanding the group will be a piece of cake. I'd better not go in there. Li Yuan muttered to himself. I don't have time to manage the group myself. The best way is to find a group manager who is also the operations officer of the book and let them manage it. Besides, I will definitely have more than one group in the future. This V group of 2,000 people is already full. I can spend money to apply for a few more. Li Yuan did what he said. He set up a group announcement in the group. We are preparing to recruit 3 group administrators. Those who are interested can add me for a private chat. The requirements are that the number of fans must be above 10,000 and that they must abide by the law, love the country and the group. As soon as the group announcement was released, it quickly caused a huge response in the group, and the 2,000 group members immediately began to discuss it. Xiahua finally showed up again, recruiting group managers. Master, do you think I can do it? I'm 170 centimeters tall, weigh 48 kilograms, can be sweet or salty, have fair skin, beautiful face and long legs. Is the one upstairs a girl? Xiahua is recruiting group managers, not personal secretaries. Xiahua, what do you think of me? I am a loyal fan of this book, passionate about my country, and I abide by the law. Xiahua, look at me. I can do it too. I'm a college student and I have a lot of free time. I can spend a lot of time helping you manage the group. Li Yuan looked at the avatars and notes of the friends who were added one by one, and after careful consideration, he chose 3 book friends. 2 women and 1 man serve as temporary group managers. He is the group owner anyway. If these 3 group managers are incompetent, they can be replaced. The task of group management is also very simple, mainly to help him manage group members and prevent people from making inappropriate remarks and obscene content. Just after I passed the verification, a girl with a Chinese painting style avatar and the online name sent me a message. Hello, Xiahua, I am your loyal fan. Thank you for choosing me. SHYJPG. Don't worry, Xiahua. I will definitely manage the group messages for you. Li Yuan simply replied, well, it depends on your performance. Just prevent group members from posting inappropriate comments and messages. Once found, you will be warned once and kicked out of the group twice. Love to eat coriander, Xiahua, I understand. I will definitely do it well. By the way, Xiahua, may I ask, are you a college student? SHYJPG. Li Yuan was startled, and after thinking about it, he realized that there was nothing to hide, so he replied directly, yes. Strictly speaking, he is not a college student yet, as school hasn't started yet. Considered a prospective college student. Love to eat coriander, shock JPG, Xiahua, you are really a college student. Let me tell you secretly, I am also a college student. Shy JPG. Li Yuan smiled and said that it was normal for many college students to read books. I have to write now, we'll talk again when we have time. Love to eat coriander, yeah, good. Come on, Xiahua. In addition to this book friend, 2 other book friends sent messages. One of them was called That Breeze, a boy. Judging from the chat content, he might be a male college student. As for the other girl, her online name is I Love Reading the Most. She doesn't talk much and her profile picture is the cover of Battle of the Stars. It seems that she is a die-hard book fan. Li Yuan typed until late at night to complete the 15,000 word update. Using a laptop to type made his speed much slower, and it was not as convenient as the desktop computer in the internet cafe. I stretched my body and did a set of push-ups, sit-ups and squats. The body is the capital of revolution. Earning money but not having the life to spend it is not the worst thing. The worst is the future jail boss Kobe Bryant, who is gone but his wife is still alive and well, and he left behind $1 billion. Just thinking about it gives me chills. Li Yuan habitually opened his mobile phone and read the messages. When I saw the old Nokia phone, I remembered that there were no smartphones at that time. It will still take some time before the Fruit phone is launched in the mainland. I have to say that in this era, life would be very boring without computers. There are no websites, forums, or videos. Apart from playing games, I just read the Baidu Qieba. Li Yuan searched for the content of the forum on a whim and typed the 4 words on the computer, and he actually found this forum. Oh, I don't know which fan has set up a Battle of the Stars forum on Baidu Chiba. There are more than 500,000 fans. Isn't this too exaggerated? After being shocked for a while, Li Yuan felt that this was normal. In this era, there are many college students, but few online forums. Zhihu, Xiaohongshu, etc. have not yet been established. The most popular ones are Sina Weibo and Shinju Chiba. In his previous life, he had also played in forums for a long time, especially the NBA forum and school forums for basketball, which were good places for bragging and chatting. But later, due to poor management of Baidu, Chiba was gradually abandoned. However, even a centipede is still alive after death. Before his rebirth, Shinju Chiba still had many users. Li Yuan randomly flipped through some excellent posts, most of which discussed the plot of the book, and almost all of them were praising it, saying that it had created a new era of online literature, was the pioneering work of the divorce genre, was the most enjoyable article, punched Chen Dong, kicked the chicken, etc. After watching for a while, Li Yuan yawned and felt sleepy. After his rebirth, he was in much better spirits than in his previous life. Both his perception and physical strength had been greatly improved. When I was about to go to bed, my QQ message suddenly rang. It was from Bai Weishi. Brother, why didn't you tell me when you went to the Magic City? Do you hate me so much?